Hello, welcome back to the Miller Family Open. This is Chris Quick here on site at the University of Michigan as we prepare for the second day of action in this incredible adaptive track and field meet. I have Betsy
Bodwin.
Bodwin here alongside me, and yeah, we just started the 5K, so we're gonna have action around the track here right off the bat. These are our uh, largely our T20s, and we're gonna read you out the field here. So we have Andrew Gray, who's running unattached here. He's competing as a T13. We have Francis Anzaldi competing here as a T20 unattached. Peter Kim, ambulatory category, competing unattached. We have McKenny Tenney. I think that's competing with athletes with, I'm not sure, doesn't have the whole thing on the sheet. And Kyle Horiuchi, also competing as a T20. So we'll do our best to try to give some feedback about like race times and splits here. Like I'm an old distance coach,
Yeah.
so I'm pretty good at like watching the splits in a 5K. So I only see 3 starters here, which probably isn't like totally weird in a 5K. Not
Yeah.
everybody wants to sign up to run a 5K.
Mhm.
So we'll see if we can ID our athletes as we go. So we have 3 of the 5 on the start list. And yeah, through about 80 seconds on that first 400. It's a little hard to see, but we'll keep trying to rotate these views. Betsy's going to rotate views so we can see athletes around the track here competing.
Yeah, trying my hardest.
Yeah, no, it'll get real spread out. So
Yeah.
it's kind of tough, but like he's got a good pace going. He's 80 is like 520-mile pace, so clearly a high level athlete here. Let's see if we can get an ID based on a race number. That's hip number 1. So that should be Andrew Gray here. He's entered later in the 1500 as well. So he's doing the 5K first and the 1500 later.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Can't
Andrew's
imagine.
yeah, no, it's like a distance tough guy kind of thing to do. I applaud Andrew's look at his color coordination here. We've got like the race jersey, the headband, and the shoes are all matched. So I
Exactly.
mean, you got to swag up in these things, a
Yeah.
little bit, as best you can.
You wanna be identifiable in a good way, you
Yeah,
know?
no, you got to have a little style. You can't
Yeah.
just be blasé about this thing. He's rolling. He's going to be in the 800 here, 239, 240. So again, holding the 80s. That's a real strong pace. If you hold 80s the whole way, you're going to run, mid 16s, 1640, 1645. So we'll see. It's early, but he's out in 240, boys. Yeah, he's out fast. Yeah, so I mean, 520-mile pace. Kind of a nice day for a 5K.
Yeah.
Summer usually you don't get this lucky, right? I mean,
Yeah.
could be 75 degrees right now.
I believe the past 2 Miller Family Opens have been incredibly hot.
I did not come last year, but Eric Rebeznik, he told me last year was like brutal. He said it was 90s.
Yeah.
Did you talk to your sister? Your sister's throwing in the meet.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is.
So was she happy? I saw a couple good throws out of her yesterday on
Yeah.
the cast.
Yeah, she's, preparing to go to Mexico
Yeah.
for a trip, so she's kind of trying to get in the right groove for that, you know?
Going to a trip to compete or a trip for
A
fun?
trip to
Yeah,
compete,
yeah. I
yeah.
was like, or is she just going to Mexico for fun?
Yeah. No, a trip to compete, so
Gotcha. And what's her preferred event? Is of the 3 weights? I think she threw most everything
she
yesterday.
yeah, she prefers, I believe, discus. Mostly discus and shot put are our 2 main things, but,
Okay.
um, yeah, discus is really her big thing.
Still real strong pace here for Andrew Gray out front. We've got McKenny Tenney here in second. I think he's competing with Athletes Without Borders. So we'll try to get a 1200-meter split on McKenny here as he goes down the backstretch. Let's see if we can get him here. Yeah, there we go. We can see him. We got Andrew kind of clicking off laps. Andrew's going to be coming around to the mile. And then we have the University of Michigan athlete here, number 5. That's Kyle Horiuchi, also competing in the T20 category. So McKenny, he's 454 at the 1200. I'm going to do my track math. Somewhere around 630 for his mile pace. Expect him to come through the mile under 7 minutes. Andrew Gray continues out here ahead of everybody. Still looking really good. He's, not quite on those 80-second 400s anymore, but he's going to be close. I can see the clock down here. I'm guessing 523, 524 mile splits for Andrew. So certainly still kind of hunting that sub 17-minute pace. 525 at the mile.
Yeah, I
So,
do like the neon green. It's kind of
yeah, no, I'm
easy to
telling you.
spot.
Yeah, you got to stand out somehow, Well, I think this should be Kyle now is coming up on his 1200 meter mark. It's a little hard because they're real spread out here. So Kyle, University of Michigan athlete. Kyle looks to be 550 at the 1200 meters in this grueling race. So we're going, 3 miles plus a 200 basically. Andrew's still looking good here. He's definitely got a nice rhythm going on in this race. So in terms of coverage here, we're gonna cover this 5K, and then on the track we don't have anything else till 1. So the stream will be on. We may try to move some cameras to catch some of the field event action again. We're gonna have some jumps going, a long jump going on in the north pit. So we would love to bring you that long jump in the interim. So we may try to get a camera down over to that long jump. We can show you those athletes. It was the first time I came here to the Miller Family Open. Is the first time I'd ever seen an athlete that was all the way blind do long jump.
Yeah.
So I mean, like,
it's pretty amazing.
You see some things you're not sure are quite possible. Like how?
Yeah.
How do you know where to go? It's incredible.
It really is, and
big
also,
spurt there by Kyle. You give the old the coach and fans clapping for you spurt.
Yeah,
which is always important. We got Andrew now is pulling up to lap McKenny Tenney here. McKenny just came through the mile, probably high 6 minutes. Andrew is through the 2,000 meters. You can see our official down here counting the laps to go for these guys. Andrew's going to have 7 laps to go from here. So he'll be coming around to about the mile and a half now, Andrew will. About halfway through the race when he gets over to the 200 meter mark on the backstretch. Here he comes into our view. You can see McKenny there, who's now been lapped, but definitely on good pace as well. Andrew's still looking strong. Based on what I heard about last year's weather, you would not have wanted to run a 5K last year.
Oh, absolutely not.
I heard it was obscene. And it's supposed to be that way starting this week. It's supposed to be in the 90s. So I think everybody associated with the Miller Family Open is really happy to have the weather today and yesterday.
Yeah, happy to just miss it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, nobody wants to be running. We're running some track meets in Chicago next week when it's supposed to be 90. So
yeah,
this guy right here, in the booth over, Carson Vittorio running the Plainfield Pack Independence Day sweltering hot classic next Thursday and Friday, right? Good luck. I know Eric said that. Speaking of Eric, here he is right here in front of our booth. Eric, also look at the style, Betsy, we got with Eric here today.
Oh yeah,
he's got like he's got like the Michigan blue suspender outfit. He's got like a floral bucket hat that's in blue, and then like a navy floral undershirt. None of it really matches that, but it kind of it kind of holds together. I think it's Eric's spirit.
He's really, kind of known for that. You can he's always wearing that bucket hat.
Yeah,
you can always spot him.
yeah. He's bringing all the spirit today. Like I love his enthusiasm. Mm-hmm. There was a stormtrooper last year.
So yeah, it's a
really.
Yeah, Wait. He's known for going to a bunch of the sporting events. He
Okay.
always shows up to, like, the football
Oh, I got
games
you.
and
Okay.
yeah.
Wearing like an Imperial Stormtrooper outfit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
decks it all out in Michigan stuff. It's got the M, yeah.
Okay. I want to meet a Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And he has a whole active, like, Instagram account and everything like
Okay.
that where he
Everybody
posts
follows.
where he's at and stuff like that.
See, maybe that's what you should do with your sports media. Is become like just like a figure.
Yeah.
I saw that in the World Cup. I think it's might be Ghana has a guy that like comes and just
Yeah,
stands
yeah,
like a
he just stands for the entire match.
last time getting shown pictures of the Michigan Stormtrooper. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh yeah,
All decked out.
Andrew's got 5 laps to go here, so he's through the 3K in 10:27. Again, really strong pace for Andrew Gray here. And we got McKenny Tenney coming behind him. I think still just a lap down, and then Kyle Horiyuchi maybe 2 laps down at this point to Andrew, who continues to run well. I mean, so you're talking 10:25 at the 3K. He's running, basically 3:30 per K. So if you extend that out, he's gonna do my track math here. 3:30 times he's right around 17 minutes. Maybe a little slower now. Kyle's got a nice rhythm going here as he comes through the finish. I think Kyle will probably have 7 to go here. But yeah, the statue guy from I think it's Ghana. He's
Yeah.
like he does that as uh like an honor to the resilience of their country, and it's
Yeah.
linked to like their revolutionary leader, and there's like a statue of him that he's mimicking.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild. He keeps his hand up the whole time.
Exactly, impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. The World Cup stuff has added a lot of fun spirit to the American sports landscape this summer.
Oh, absolutely. I
So
love seeing everybody traveling to America and having
yeah,
like, have you seen
yeah.
the
Oh
Scottish?
yeah, I was I was
Having
I
the
was
best
just in
time.
Scotland,
Oh,
and I
really?
watched it the first Scottish game in a Scottish pub.
Oh,
The spirit is not fake. Very very
yeah. I
everybody
can't
is. Yeah,
That'd be
it's
so
been
much
bananas. Did
fun.
you see the videos of the Scots taking over Fenway Park?
Yes.
It was like on the off day they all went to the ball game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sitting out in the bleachers and stuff.
yeah. I was also in a huge English. I watched the first England game, like 1,000 English fans.
Yeah.
The European soccer energy is real,
That's gotta
or
be
football
great, yeah.
energy for them.
Yeah.
Soccer to us. Got McKenny Tenney here coming through. I think he's got 5 to go. So this would be, I believe, to be his split, his 3K split. Looks to be 12:53, 12:54. So running about 4:15, 4:20 per K here for McKenny. And Andrew Gray continues to kind of check out the pace here. Came by Kyle Horiuchi here again, who's run a nice rhythm in his own right. So we've got 3 laps to go here for Andrew. 1,200 meters to go. He's at 13:20. So we're gonna get under 17 minutes here. He's got to be here in 3:30. Probably not happening. Looking in more like a mid 17-minute time here for him.
Mhm.
He's slowed down since the first couple laps, which were pretty ambitious, but rhythmically he still looks pretty good. You can see him start to sway his head a little bit on this backstretch.
Yeah.
You definitely can tell when distance runners get tired, they get a little side to side.
Mhm.
He's been hammering for a while here. Let's see if we can look up his entry time. See if we've got like a personal best listed here. 5K. If we can. Always want to celebrate people's personal bests if that's what they're able to accomplish. So yeah, Andrew's seed time is 17:35. So that would make sense based on like the pace that we've kind of been talking about here.
Mhm.
He definitely 17:35 is definitely in reach. He'd have to close in 4:05 for the last 12. We'll see if he has a kick. I mean, he's coming around a half mile to go now, so there's 2 laps remaining. as he comes by McKenny for the second time. He looks to be picking it up here. He's at 14:44. He should have that 17:35 well in hand with a kick here. I think we get him under 17:30. I don't know. He's starting to smell the
Yeah,
finish line.
really looking great out there.
Yeah, yeah. He came to play today. No doubt about it. He came with the right outfit. He went out really
Exactly.
fast on a good day. McKenny here, you can tell, is getting a little bit tired. His stride's starting to shorten up a little bit, but he's also starting to be into the stretch drive at this 5K. He's still got a solid rhythm going on the backstretch there as well. I'm the kind of nerd that could call 5Ks all day, by the way. I
Yeah,
mean, like a 5K doesn't bother me. I wish there was more than one.
yeah.
Got some friends down here cheering for Andrew, for sure. Uh, your distance running buddies always get pretty excited and happy when you're setting a PR. So I think he's got a great chance. He's got 500 meters to go. He comes in with a 17:35 seed. I'd hope that Andrew can close around 80 seconds here and really run a big personal best.
Mhm.
He came to the right place at the Miller Family Open. He got the right weather, and he should really be able to crank this down. So 16:07 at a lap to go. Um, so an 85 gets him 17:32. So let's see if he can. I think he can chop under the 17:30. We'll see if he like picks his cadence up. We'll follow him out now. The rest of these laps, you're going to see him. You can see Kyle Horiyuchi there on the backstretch. Probably 3 or 4 to go, and Andrew's going to come by him as he hits the 200-meter to go mark here in a little bit. So he's 16:48 at 200 to go. We're going to need a 40:41 is going to get him under 17:30, which I know would be a significant accomplishment. You just those little barriers matter a lot in distance running, so sub 17:30 would be huge. See if we can get him under a kick. He's 17:09, 17:10 at 100 meters to go. I think he's going to have this sub 17:30. I think it's going to be 17:24, 17:25. The big kick to the line here. It's going to be a 10-second best. Oh, yeah, there he is. Now he's smelling it.
Look at that.
17:24, 17:25. Big PR for Andrew Gray. Competing today in the T13 classification, which is one of our visual impairment classifications. So, great result for him. So we got Kyle Horiyuchi here. Thinking he probably has 2, 3, 4, 4. He has 4 to go. Are you doing splits, Michael? Yeah. Is McKenny 1 to go here? I'm getting word that McKenny Tenney here has 2 to go. So he does not come in with a mark for his seat time. He wanted to stop there. He's got 2 to go.
Yeah.
Never a good feeling, right? Yeah, never. That's a tough one.
You think you're done.
Yeah, no, you think you're done, because he saw Andrew finish, but there are the two laps here. So yeah, that's a heartbreaker. You can tell McKenny's having a hard time getting his rhythm back. He's had a nice rhythm the whole race.
Mhm.
You see, McKenny and Kyle are going to come together here a little bit. They're both on the back stretch. Kyle's fighting hard here. He's going to have 3 to go when he comes back around. So he's at 1,400 meters left now in this backstretch. And then we'll see McKenny here is at 600 meters to go. Start to see Kyle come into view here. And then McKenny right behind him as they kind of come together here late in the race. It's always good. Feel a little competitive energy here as they come together.
Yeah.
All right, hope everybody's telling McKinney he's got one to go. It would be bad to do the double stop.
Yeah.
Double stop would not be good. He looks like he's kind of kicking it in though. I hope. I know he's got one more to go. Yeah, he looked like he's like, "Am I done yet?" Yeah, that's a. Don't worry, McKinney. That's a pretty typical 5K feeling. Am I done yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So he just made the pass there on Kyle. Kyle has 3 to go from right there. All right, we see McKinney now coming around. He's got 300 meters to go from the top of the backstretch here. We got Kyle coming here too at the top of the backstretch with 2 laps to go. Well, McKinney's going to get good news this lap because this is the one. This is
This
the
is the
one.
last one.
Yeah. He's wanted to stop the last 2 laps, and now this is going to be the one. This is the one he's looking for. Hey, how are you, Calvin? All right, McKinney Tenney coming around now. He's got 100 and yeah, got 100 meters to go, 110 meters to go. If we get a little kick, he's going to be right around a little over 22 minutes here. There you go. A little kick going on now. Just over 22 minutes. Great effort here. Great day to run a 5K. He's probably not feeling that right now, but he'll be real proud of this result.
Yeah, good finish.
22:05, 22:06 on McKinney Tenney. He's scratching his head, kind of questioning his life choices, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Carson, can you put this camera back on the finish line? You left it on it's on the long jump. There we go. Get a little bit more of a finish line view here. And we're holding up 2 fingers to go for Kyle. See Kyle come into our camera now. We'll be able to follow him around the curve here. Again, Kyle's had a nice rhythm going the whole day. He's competing here today as a T20. T20s are intellectual impairment category or classification. Lots of different versions of all these classifications. I'm learning as I go.
Yeah.
Do you know
I've
what one does your sister compete in? Do you know her
she's
number?
a
It's a quiz.
Yeah.
Have you been paying attention,
She-
Betsy?
well,
I could probably look it up.
the track ones and the fielding ones are
Yeah,
different numbers.
different. Yeah.
So
Let's see what.
I would hate to say the wrong one. It's completely different. She said, I believe she's a T 64.
Let's see where
I
she
want
is.
to say that's the issues. There's a lot of numbers and the difference. I think it's Bodwin. Yes. Oh, my apologies.
37. Is that our cerebral palsy?
Yeah.
My brother has cerebral palsy
Yeah,
as well. Yeah.
she's affected on her left side.
That's so she has a single
Complete
hemisphere. Yeah.
Yeah, even I'm almost 20, so she's been doing this since she was 11, and
Okay.
even since then, it's about 15 years, and
Yeah.
even it's still
I mean, there's a lot of
difficult.
classifications.
There is.
I've learned a lot from these guys the last 2 to 3 years that
Mhm.
I've been involved in timing, adaptive track.
Yeah, and then sometimes it's difficult to keep track of it because in a lot of meets where the smaller meets, they there's a bunch of people with different classifications altogether.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of that going on today. I think they're pretty proud of that here,
yeah.
But yeah, otherwise you end up with athletes kind of competing,
Yeah.
so that's not so it is nice that even in this race we had athletes of different classifications competing against each other. So yeah, Kyle here is gonna have come around to one lap to go. Looking probably somewhere in a 27-minute time for his 5K today. So real strong time. I guarantee you there's a lot of people out there in the world that would love to run a 27-minute 5K.
Oh god, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah, see, could
I'm
could
not
could
a
could
runner.
Betsy run a 27-minute 5K? See, I don't know.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I did track when I was little, and I was just doing the sprints because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah. Well, as distance runners, we always say the sprinters think they could. It's just that you just don't. There's a don't want.
Yeah.
There's a don't want, not a
Yeah.
can't. We don't accept limitations here at the adaptive sports.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you just gotta, especially with track versus cross, you're running in circles.
Yeah, yeah. No, I always appreciated running outdoors, in nature more than
Yeah.
being on a track for sure. Distance runners are weird. It's like I was talking to Maria of LA and on the pre-show, and she before her injury she was a really good cross country skier, and but even when she came back into adaptive, she's still a distance.
Yeah.
She's competing in the 100. She says she doesn't like that as much. She said she likes the 800. It's like
Yeah.
is the event we'll see her in later today. We'll see her in both, but she's still pretty hardwired to do the distance races.
Yeah. You gotta have the right mindset too of
Yeah,
being
you
able
gotta.
to keep yourself pushing to go that
Yeah,
far.
you gotta be a little crazy for sure. All right, so we got Kyle Horiuchi here coming around to a finish. Like I said, he's gonna be 27, maybe 27, 20, 27, 30. Depends how fast he runs this last 100. So he's into the final straightaway here. Concluding our action. Kind of drifted out into lane 5. I don't know if he's celebrating with the fans. What's Kyle doing here, guys? Yeah, Kyle, he might have seen somebody out there he wanted to say hey to. Like, he definitely hurt. It's a long time to be out here. The 5K is grueling.
Mhm.
Looks like we're going to be 27, 26, 27, 27 for Kyle Horiuchi there. Now he had his rhythm. Now he's finally got to stop. I liked his rhythm in this race. I think that's his. It must be his mom there taking pictures at the end. Gets a fist bump from Andrew Gray. So that's good sportsmanship down there. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We got McKenny was down there too, waiting for Kyle. So yeah, as competitive as adaptive sports is, it still has that collegiality. Everybody's just pumped that see people out there getting after it.
Mhm.
Well, that concludes our 5K for today. We're gonna have to find something else to cover.
Yeah.
We're gonna leave the stream going, but we're not gonna fill 2 hours of conversation here. We're gonna see. We got. So let's do some business here on the broadcast, and then we're gonna sign off for a little bit and try to find a different event to cover. Some schedule announcements for today. So we've just saw the 5,000 meters. We've got the ambulatory discus and ambulatory shot going on in the upper throwing area behind us. So we may try to get a camera out there. Those are both running right on top of each other. They started at 10:15. We've got the DJ. There's apparently a DJ coming today, 11 to 1.
Love to see
DJ
it.
DJ Mayan. I don't know where the party is, but it's around here somewhere.
We'll find it.
Yeah, the Unst is going to be in effect, and then we got long jump coming up at noon. So I think we'll probably shoot for that as our next thing to cover. We got cameras here inside the field, so the long jump's gonna be going on in the on the north end. There's 2 pits down there, so we'll have our men and women going in the long jump at noon. So we're gonna try to bring you coverage on that thing as best we can. We're also running a halftime show, 11:30 to 12:30. So the long jump may just be on stream, but not with commentary because we're gonna be talking to a bunch of athletes and coaches at the break. which starts here at 11. So got a break coming up not too far from now, about half an hour. And then the meat of our schedule begins at 1. We start with a bang right away in the women's 100-meter elite. Then we got a 15-minute pause so that the 1500-meter athletes can get their compensators set. For those of you that don't know, that's making sure that they are able to corner correctly and at the speeds they want and the angles they want. In the turns. So that'll be going on from 110 to 125, and then we got the 1500 at 140. So that's always one of my favorite events, my favorite Olympic event. 215, we got a celebration of Maria. We got the ceremonial 100. I guess they do this for the graduates of the Michigan Adaptive Program. So Maria Vallet's just graduated. She's going to grad school here. She's going to do a ceremonial 100 at 215, and then we'll have the open hundreds starting at 230. We got the half mile at 250. So Maria will actually be back at that at 250. 335, we have the 200-meter open. At 4 o'clock, we're going to have the heptathlon 1500. So this is the first year they've had a heptathlon here at the Miller Family Open. So we're going to be concluding that on the track at 4 o'clock. And then 4:15, I'm anticipating this. I interviewed Wyatt Serrato on the pre-show, and that's the event he's after. So we got Wyatt trying to get under 58 seconds today. I think he said 58:53 is his best. Maria's never broken 3 minutes and a half. So that was her goal. So it's kind of nice to hear some of those goals on the pre-show, And then we got some stories to follow. We got some real high-level athletes coming up in these elite hundreds. That thing is got some really tough guys that are run 10-1, 10-2 in the 100. So I'm really looking forward to that. Other than that, we're gonna sign off for a while. We'll be back. At least we'll try to have the long jump on the stream here at noon. We'll leave the stream going. But yeah, we're not gonna be able to do any commentary because there's nothing happening.
Exactly.
So we're gonna go watch some field events, and we'll be back on. Hopefully, we're gonna record the pre-show or the halftime show, 11:30 to 12:30. We'll have that up on YouTube as well, and then we'll be back on the stream here at 1. So signing off for a while. This is Chris Quick and Betsy Bodwin.
Bodwin.
I got to write like the third time. We'll be back on later today. So see you later. Oh god. Yes. 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 All right. For those of you who have been waiting for the stream, we are going to go back on here ahead of the 1 o'clock start of track events because the long jump is about to begin here on the infield. So we are have cameras set up to capture everything happening on the infield today. So that should be able to get both the men's and women's long jump here, which is about to start at noon, and then we'll have some of the running events starting here at 1. So it's gonna be kind of exciting. We got one camera position. We're gonna be getting results relayed up to us from down on the field because we don't have a live result today. Like we're gonna have the women. We're gonna call that the west runway. So that's the runway nearest the track. Runway would be, I think, our men here. So that competition is about to begin. It's a little hard to call because we don't have. They're not going to go straight down the sheet, so we're going to be getting relayed who everybody is. Doesn't necessarily go in flight order as entered. So um, I'm going to have.
Okay, it's on.
Okay. Have Betsy Bodwin up here with me, and we got your sister. Is
Yeah.
she's in the long jump here? I just saw. So
Yeah,
um,
she is.
we're gonna try to do our best to give what people's best entry marks are. And so these will be going side by side. So we're hoping we have a couple volunteers here. So getting an announcement here in the stadium about the long jump. So some other incredible things happening here in the next hour. So we are lucky enough to have the long jumps occurring. Uh, the race that everybody's buzzing about today is this Elite 100. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. So hang tight for that. That's going to be a real barn burner. Some other business to take care of here. I was able to meet the Miller family at lunch. So
Oh,
I
pretty.
have you met them before?
I have
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, so I mean, Mama Miller was like holding court down by the food area, just kind of talking to everybody as they
Yeah.
came in. So many thanks to the Miller family for their incredible support of this event. I mean, it wouldn't really be happening without them, I don't think. So you can feel their energy. They said they were. We were like, "Who's watching a stream of the seated throws?" Well, they were watching the stream
Yeah.
yesterday. I guess they couldn't be here yesterday throughout the day, so they went home and they watched. They watched the whole stream of the seated throws. So just when you think you don't have an,
Yeah.
uh, there's
There's
somebody
somebody
there's somebody
watching.
out there watching. So I was glad we were able to provide that for them. We're hopefully gonna have a pretty rocking afternoon here. The meet kind of builds through a lot of these throws, and then now we're gonna get all this inside the track action. So we got about 3 hours, 4 hours here of pretty consistent action. We'll also have over here in the southeast corner of the stadium. I don't know if we can put a camera by that. Let's see here. We can't quite see it on here, but like this view, you can kind of see that there's going to be the high jump. So once we're done with the long jump, we should be able to move our camera a little bit to catch this high jump action and the main start finish line. Um, yeah, so that's the basic business. Some other things. We want to thank the Student Accessibility and Accommodation Services at the University of Michigan. They're the unit that's home to all the adaptive sports and business programs. Um, SAAS envisions an academic experience, a campus, and a world that values equity, accessibility, inclusion, and belonging for all. And they're leading this shared work to change perspectives around disability, to dismantle systemic barriers, and provide individualized support for disabled students at the University of Michigan. So a laudable group, certainly like making sure that everybody gets the same experience here on campus. Um, so yeah, we are about to get. I'm not sure who the jump order is, so we are not going to be able to see the approach if we want to get both pits here on camera, but you will be able to see the athletes on the board and into the pit itself, and we'll be able to get the officials calls on no scratch, foul, or fair. So, yeah, good action here. We'll try to give you some context as best we can. Um, it is an incredible event. You have athletes here competing in prosthetics. Some people double prosthetics. People
Mhm.
have visual impairment. Uh, doing the long jump. So,
Yeah.
uh,
There's
I know I was pretty transfixed by the first time I watched
yeah.
it. Nice.
There's quite a few jumpers, especially I think I can see on the men's side.
Yeah, let's
So a lot of competitors.
let's look here. We got so I see we've got 8 or 9 women listed here, including your sister.
Yeah.
Um, and then on the men's side, it's even bigger. We got looks like we got 12 competitors on the men's side. Again, as is normal here, we are going to mix all the classifications. These are not all athletes competing inside of just their classification. So it gives that sense of like integration and shared experience that the Miller Family Open really after.
Yeah.
Uh, otherwise we'd have like some of these athletes just would be competing all by themselves.
Mhm.
So I like that. I think that's a huge
Yeah,
bonus
it's
of
nice to
me.
be able to
Yeah,
even if you're not in the same class, to
yeah.
still feel competitive.
Like your sister here is an F-37. There's only one other F-37 athlete, Madison Haas. So
Yeah.
we watch just those two. Like, go- but we have this whole. Let this get started. Try to like highlight some of the names in this lead 100 here. I think a lot of people are looking forward to this matchup between Jaden Blackwell and Davion Blacknell. I mean, they got a couple really strong sprinters in this elite 100. I know I talked to Mrs. Miller. She was fired up for this thing. I asked her what she was looking forward to most, and this was her number one.
Mhm.
So yeah, okay. Annalise Pareka now up in the women's long jump. So you'll see her here on the east pit on your screen. That would be the right hand screen. Um, no, she's going jumping on the left. Sorry, she's going off the board near to the pit. So that was a good mark. Annalise comes in with a best mark listed at 3.56 meters. Doing my math, that's somewhere around 11 to 12 feet for the metric.
Mm.
Probably
I'm glad you
more
got
around
the math
12. Yeah,
covered 'cause
I'm guessing. So 300 there on Annalise's first jump. Not close to her personal best, but she's getting warmed up here. She's jumping for GLASA, which is uh
Great Lakes Adaptive
yeah.
Sports.
Yeah, look at you knowing your acronyms. This
My
is now
sister was
yeah, she worked for
used
GLASA for a bit.
yeah.
Yeah, so now we have Madison Haas here. She comes in with a pretty good mark. She's 3.92, so almost 4 meters. Be pretty
Mhm.
cool to see eating F7 categories.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw Madison throw the shot earlier. Well,
Mhm.
on the board, and then didn't quite get up into the pit. So we got it. We got a white on that though. Looked like a little stutter step off the board. She's going from the backboard. We saw her throw the yeah, now we get the red flag. Yeah, I thought she dragged her toe before she got
Mhm.
to the pit. So we saw Madison in the javelin as well. Let's see if we can start getting. Okay, so your sister's up. See what the judgment is there. Is that a fair or foul? He did not raise the flag. There we go. We got a fair jump there. See if we can get the measurement on Margaret's jump here. I watched her throw earlier today. I
Yeah.
didn't know it was your sister. I was putting two together.
She was having a good time. had a few good throws. She was very excited about it.
Yeah, she was pumped about it? Yeah.
Yeah.
She seemed, like, peeved at the one I saw. She came over, she was talking to your mom.
Yeah.
Uh, 2.44 for Margaret there. Addie Teague is winning the men. So we're getting, like, information on both sides from down on the field here. Try to follow both. We also have DJ Mint playing on top of the building.
Yeah.
On top of the building that we're sitting in.
Oh, he's on top.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure where he was
the
at.
DJ is right above us. We got Addie is up. You can see here, there she is. That was 4.7. That was, yeah, that 475. Who was that for? Okay. So we had Sam on the men's side there. Sam Winter hit a 475. That's a big personal best. I mean, he had came in with a 451, so he'll be psyched about that.
Great, yeah.
On his first attempt.
Yeah.
383 for Addie Teague on her jump there. So she comes in with a no mark. So I'm sure she's probably jumped. She's probably jumped somewhere before, but does not come in with an entry mark. Sure.
Yeah, that's silly.
Lily has a double prosthetic. She did not get up on that one. So that's going to be judged foul. We just saw one of our men go into the pit there. That might have been Talon before. So see if what the measurement is there. They are kind of going down the jumping here a little bit. So women, it's 3.79. Would have been Talon, I think. Now we have the foul for Lily. Looks like we have Alyssa So is up now. Here you go. See Alyssa coming into screen here. Looked like a real good jump there. That was good. And then we had Montgomery on the other runway there. Kind of hopped in there and probably not as the jump he was looking for. Alyssa looked like a real good jump. She does not come in with a mark listed. Competing here as an open. Anthony Montgomery also coming in with a no mark. So we're going to see what these first jumps are. .405 for Elisa. All right, we have Annalise Porreca here in the women. Not sure who that was in the men's pit. Here in a second. Who's that? That was James. 4.02. Again, comes in with no mark. James Perrell. Let's see here. We got Madison Haas up here on the runway for the women here. She's going to come into your frame right now. Madison Haas. Definitely struggling a little bit to get on the board here, Madison. I think that's 2 fouls. For the men, that may have been Carter Buckingham. Your sister going again. We got Margaret. Real strong jump by Carter Buckingham there. 5.90 in that East pit. We have Margaret now up on the West runway. She's starting her run right now. Fired up. We got Chris Moore now coming at you on the East run. Really long run up for this athlete. He's back here almost back at the other pit. 2.73 for Margaret. So not at her best. I think she was better on her previous jump. That's a heck of a jump. Okay. Okay. So Christopher Moore can jump.
Yeah. Long run up was worth
Yeah, I
it.
was. Yeah, no, I was definitely. I think you're in that level of run up. You're pretty legit generally.
Yeah.
We'll see what that is. That was a pretty big mark. Yep. That was Cameron Hart. Sorry, 6.58 though.
Wow.
That was. I think that's Eddie Teague that we just saw go into the pit there. West runway. So yeah, Cameron Hart has the the farthest mark. Now we see Wyatt Serrato up here on the runway. I got to interview Wyatt earlier today. Here he is. He's coming right in. Very speedy athlete, Virtus athlete here at the University of Michigan. 4.34 for Eddie Teague. That's strong. Let's see. Wyatt comes in with a 5.46 personal best, so we'll see what we get measured on that jump. It was a pretty good looking jump.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have Ted Stanley up on the runway coming in your screen here. Also of the University of Michigan.
I believe that's Lily getting.
Yep, we have Lily. It was a foul on Serrato's first jump. Also a foul here on Lily Rosenthal's jump. As usual, tough to get on the board. Real nice jump
Good
there.
jump, yeah.
That was good by Ted Stanley. Then that is a good jump. So we'll see what the measurement on that. That looked big. He comes in with a 650 best mark is listed. His teammate Matthew Gordon's gonna be coming right behind him. So some real strong jumpers here at the University of Michigan. 630. So that's a real strong jump. That's an over 20-foot jump.
And what class was he?
Yeah, he's both Ted Stanley and Matthew Gordon here are listed as ambulatory. Classification AB.
Might be
Able body. Yeah.
because it is an open. So
Yeah. That was a foul by Alyssa. I think that was Alyssa So going there. So we should be coming back to the top of the jump order now with the women back to Annalise.
good jump on the men's side.
Yeah. So now another bomb out there. That was Matthew Gordon. Also comes in with a 650 best mark. So we'll see what Matthew's jump is here. .656 for Matthew Gordon here. So we look like we're coming back to the top of the order now. This should be Sam Winter. I know
jumping up
he's
and
pumped.
down.
I
He
mean,
was
yeah, no,
pumped.
yeah, we got a lot of Matthew Gordon pretty pumped up about that
Yeah.
656. I mean, that's very much PR body language, you
Yeah.
know. All right, foul for back to Madison Haas. That Felice Pareka fouls. You're gonna see Haas come into your screen here in a second. That was Sam Winter going into the pit on the men's side. Madison Haas on the runway now. Madison's she struggled to get her step correct here.
Madison finally got a white flag on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so 4.32 for Sam Winter. And then Madison did get into the pit, so we are measuring her first mark down in here for Madison Haas. Okay, now we got Owen coming up. Owen Mordyke. That's an athlete here competing in the U20 Open as an F63. 353 for Madison, so she'll feel better about the momentum there getting in the pit, but
Absolutely.
you know, up again and get your sister coming. I think her first jump was her best. It's a little over 3 meters. Get Owen Mordyke into the pit there. White flag, so we'll wait that mark. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
little.
I
That
believe
was good. Big improvement. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Margaret.
Like we were talking about earlier, I saw the stormtrooper
Oh
around.
yeah, no, he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a little. We were talking earlier on the stream about the Michigan Stormtrooper. He's here. I saw some little kid putting the force on him and strangling him.
Yeah. Yeah, all decked out.
Okay, James Mitchell Perel up here now. Carter Buck. This is women's jump that would have been probably Addie Teague. Yeah. 348 for Anthony Montgomery on that. Now we've got James Perel. Mitchell. So we're waiting to see what that was for Addie. That it may have been a foul. Yeah, foul for Addie. And now we've got Lily. See, Lily had a real nice jump earlier. This is Lily Rosenthal competing as F62. There's Lily Rosenthal into the pit. Let's see if the error foul here gets the white flag. So we'll see on Lily what that ends up being. The men's pit, that was James Perel, I think. Also a white flag. 382. So nearly a 4-meter jump. His best is listed as 436. Lily 404. Good. We got a couple of fair jumps there. Now we have Carter Buckingham out on the runway. And for the girls, we'll have a list. Both here comes Carter. See him coming into picture here in just a second. Another really good jump. That was behind the board. This is going to be a nice one. He's going to like this one, I think.
And you could just tell he had like a strong run up.
Yeah, no, he's fast. You know,
Yeah.
he had cycle in the air. We had definitely had some legs moving in the air on that one.
Yeah.
Here's Alyssa So 5.91. So that's a real strong jump, near 20 feet. And we got a white flag for Alyssa So here as well. All right, we got kind of a rhythm now. You know who's
Yeah.
jumping. So because there's scratches in here too. So All right, so now on our east runway, our men, we have Cameron Hart, who put a bomb out there the first time. I
Yeah.
mean, he's jumped 754.
Very interested to see what he does his second jump.
Yeah, he's got like a real rip and everything. Let's go. Oh nope, bailed out. I mean, they're maybe going to measure this. He was on the board, but he didn't really jump, so he'll probably ask them not to measure this, but
Yeah.
we'll see. And on the women's side, that should be Annalise Pareka, I believe. We're back to the top of the order there. She's competing as an F36. So 5.12 for Cameron Hart. Not his best. He kind of bailed out of that one. Waiting on Annalise Pareka here. They're measuring her jump right now. 332 for Annalise. Does this mean my radio is going to die? That was Wyatt Serrato from Michigan on the east runway. We're waiting measurement. .6 for Wyatt here. And I'm going to 327 for Madison Haas there. Now we got your sister up again. Here comes Margaret. So that gets situated here. Twist this, or we can help him get it.
Set to go.
We got all these Michigan athletes here competing. Here's Margaret. We gonna get another legal jump here? Yes, we get the white flag. So we get another measurement from Margaret. All right, we're gonna welcome into the booth Zach Damon, right?
Yeah, you got it, man.
Yeah,
Oh, this is great.
I just met you over in the food line, and I was like, this guy seems interesting.
That's right, in the food line, guys, waiting to get fuel, and here I was
Yeah.
with one of the best media guys here. Great
Yeah.
commentating.
I might be the only
all
media
day.
guy here, but
Oh.
one of them.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
no, amazing.
Yeah. I mean, how cool is this entire meet?
Oh my gosh, man. Are you kidding me? This is probably, I'm a bit biased, but this is one
Yeah.
of the best young meets established in the country. But they've really established themselves as a great proving ground. Yeah. For, the best athletes in the country to come on out. It is amazing to see all these men and women just doing their thing.
Yeah, there was let's see, who is that up on the women's long? That was it looked like that was probably Addie Teague going into the pit there. West pit. But you're on the board of
Yeah, that's right.
Of the adaptive program.
That's right. I am a member of the advisory board for University of Michigan Adaptive Sports and Fitness. It is a pleasure to sit on the board with all of the amazing team, and it's been great. I mean, to see this program grow in the 5.5 years that it's been around. Big shout out to Dr. Faramni Okunlamni. Big shout out to Eric Rebezniks and all of the University of Michigan Adaptive Sports team for a job well done.
Yeah, absolutely. So how tell me how do you end up on the board here? What's your backstory to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I was very fortunate. I have a background as an athlete, and I wrestled. That was my sport, and then believe it or not, so this was funny too. Dr. O was actually my doctor. He was my primary care physician.
Wow.
So yeah, that's how we ended up formally meeting. And he kept telling me about, oh, I'm forming this program, the University of Michigan Adaptive Sports Program. Zach, you're a former athlete. You should definitely get involved. And
Yeah.
and so it's been a great thing ever since. really excited and really excited for where the program's going, but also excited to see all of, the USA track and field judges out here doing their thing. I mean, as we know, the Midwest, University of Michigan, one of the best in the country for track and field. So it's great to see that.
It's just one of the best athletic programs in
Yeah.
general, you know? So
Yeah.
I do think it's kind of fun to watch. I was talking to Eric yesterday. He said the second Michigan started to ramp up in adaptive, all of a sudden Alabama seemed to like want to do a lot more in adaptive, you
Yeah.
know? So he said that program has ramped up kind of sideways to yours. I mean, because they can't let you guys get away.
Oh man, I mean, it's good to have competition. I think it's good to have that, and it's good. Michigan has always been, one of those programs that has really set the bar. I think nationally and
Yes.
internationally for athletics. So yeah, I mean, good on Michigan for doing that, but then good on Michigan for supporting this. It's great to see so many coaches out here, so many athletic programs, but just amazing athletes. I mean, you were talking about the jumpers earlier.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to seeing? I'm looking forward to seeing,
Yeah.
they got that big 1 p.m. program starting up.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
everybody's pretty hyped about this 100. I mean,
Yeah, oh yeah, the hundreds.
they're not building us toward like the best thing at like 3 o'clock. It's
That's
coming
right.
in hammering right away.
It is coming in hot, you
You
guys.
can
And
feel
so
that 100-meter. People are pretty hyped about this elite 100 coming up to start. You know,
absolutely.
there. So I also my I was here for the first version of this because we timed it from the start,
Nice.
thankfully,
Yeah.
and I didn't know anything about the universal relay,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
and so that thing is a culminator of the
That's
day.
yeah,
And there's some
yeah.
rules in that thing. You
There
gotta
there
have
are.
men, you gotta have women, you gotta
Yep.
have multiple classifications.
All inclusive there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, you
Absolutely.
will never see a relay like this thing that's gonna end the meet today. I mean,
Nope.
it's literally I go to track meets for a living.
Yeah.
Mike and I, my buddy over here who's timing the meet today, our company did 300 meets this year,
Oh my
and there's
gosh.
nothing like this rig.
Nothing like
There's
it?
nothing like it.
Oh my gosh.
Nope. It's
Well,
a one of one.
and that's why Michigan is the leaders and best because
Yeah.
they do things like that to, set the pace and set the bar and it's fun, man. I mean, what's your reaction been like today and
Yeah. I mean, I honestly like I spent yesterday calling all the seated throws and
yeah.
just to see I'm a total track nut. So I
Yeah.
mean, just to see even the way people take their seated position, how they calibrate, how they're going to participate, how they
Yeah.
build torque out of whatever position they're able to manage.
Exactly.
That part to me was really interesting. There's a lot of different throwing styles. So and then we brought in the ambulatory javelin yesterday. So
Nice.
I kind of appreciate being able just to zoom in on an event for a while, and
Sure.
sometimes doing coverage like this really lets you see. I mean, this is the 2 years ago is the first time I'd ever seen a blind athlete do the long jump.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean like a 100% visually impaired athlete doing the
Yeah.
long jump,
Oh
which
my gosh.
so I feel like one of my expectations here is I want to come and see an athlete do something that I wasn't sure people like them even did.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think that's one of the joys about, adaptive athletics is that you get to see such a versatility of athletic ability on the track, right? Whether
Yeah,
that's an athlete that's blind or whether that's an individual with a limb difference, but all of them out here today, peak performance right here at the Miller Family Open at the University of Michigan track and field
I
facility.
think that's the
Yeah,
word for it too. Because my brother has cerebral palsy, and so I spent a lot of my childhood going to Special Olympics, where
sure.
just even competing is let me win, but if I can't win, let me be brave in the attempt, right?
That's right.
But I like this edge of it too, where
Yeah,
it's like we're trying to go for peak performance within that.
absolutely.
And so I
Absolutely.
appreciate all ends of that,
Yeah,
but I really like getting down in here with like the people who have decided that they still got that real competitive
sure.
urge to
Does
scratch.
does this make you wanna get out on the track and do the 100 right now, or what are
I
you
mean, I'm a distance runner, so
okay.
I mean, you're excited about the 100.
Yeah,
I come here for the wheelchair racing that's going to happen later, the
okay.
sport chairs when they come
Oh,
out,
yeah.
the 1500.
Yep, yep,
I was lucky enough, 4 or 5 years ago to start. We started timing the Glassa track and field meet with Cindy Hausner
nice.
out of the North Shore of Chicago,
Yeah,
and I learned a lot about wheelchair calibration and things like that.
yep,
Watching some really high level performers at the Glassa meet,
yep,
and so I'm a big long distance fan. So I paid a lot of attention to the marathon
Oh yeah.
wheelchair marathon,
Yep.
sport chair marathon. I'm not a Michigan guy. I'm a University of Illinois guy,
Okay.
and so we
Okay.
know all the real OGs in wheelchair racing where they're
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, it's Big Ten.
yeah, it's
Fighting
Big Ten. Yeah,
Illini.
you got to be like kind of on board.
Right.
But as a kid growing up with a brother in a wheelchair, I mean, even in the 80s and 90s, like the University of Illinois was known for their wheelchair sports,
Sure.
and
Sure.
so I've always followed those athletes, and they are lucky too with wheelchairs and sport chairs that Champaign is like the flattest place on earth.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think that
Right.
may be why they started there,
You know.
But
Yeah.
uh, I
That's great.
as a family that was always looking for inspiration where we could find it,
Sure.
So that's kind of some of my early like love, like following
Oh man.
those sport chair
Well,
races.
absolutely. And what I loved about, you and doing, see, my brother-in-law, he was cross country for U of
Yeah.
M. And so,
Gotcha.
we would talk a lot about the endurance and the training and, the phases you go through
Yeah.
in a race.
Oh, yeah.
And, you get through the burn at first. Then once you're through that,
Then
then
you're
you get,
maintaining in
then,
pain.
yeah, well, you're at the numb phase at
Yeah,
that point,
yeah,
right?
sure.
And you're just huffing and get through it. And then, after a while, you just keep the rhythm, and, I think, it's great to see again adaptive athletes going through the processes, but also seeing adaptive athletes understand the importance of performance and nutrition
Yeah.
because it's important not just in the mainstream population, but also in the disability population as well. Individuals must stay physically active.
Sure.
You know,
And I think that like encouraging people to develop those habits is
yeah,
one of my
for sure.
a longtime coach and a long time just runner and athlete myself.
Yeah,
And I think that we really like are on the verge, I think, with adaptive sports of even further integration. I mean, just the you can feel the palpable buzz here
yeah.
around the Olympics that are happening in the United States in 2 years. You can
Yes.
feel that all over this meet today.
You're going, right? I mean, you're gonna be
Yeah,
you're
there's
gonna
no
be
way I'm gonna miss it.
no,
Yeah.
he's broadcasting live from Los
I
Angeles,
hope
folks.
so.
Putting it out there
Yeah,
right
no,
now. Yeah.
I'm going to the Olympics for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when or how or
Yeah.
how much money it's going to cost. But I've talked to a number of athletes
Sure.
today that I'm like, hey, what's next? What's the goal? And
Yeah.
you hear that word, and if
Sure.
there's ever a moment for the para movement to reach a level of visibility in the country, like
Yeah.
we're at kind of a critical moment
Yeah.
of exposure
Absolutely.
that you're gonna. It's not so far away. I mean, you can obviously watch the para games in Paris, 2 years ago, but when you see these athletes in the Los Angeles Coliseum where the USC Trojans play,
Oh my
where
gosh.
the track meet's going to be held.
Yeah, fight on. I got a lot
You
of
know.
friends there. So there you
Yeah.
go.
So I
But-
mean that's going to be a real special moment, I think, for Americans to really rally behind some of these great athletes. And you see like the most high profile couple in all of track and field is Tara and Hunter. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, so that's going to play out as one of the biggest stories of the Olympics.
Well, Sydney McLaughlin too, I think
Yeah.
is really doing a great job in the sport. Not only as an ambassador for the sport, but she's really
Yeah.
been performing well
Yeah.
also on the
Yeah,
circuit. So,
absolutely.
yeah.
She's
But,
going to be excited. She's pregnant.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
She's just like cooking up a baby during the off
Okay,
year,
okay.
And then now she's gonna come back and like that's gonna be a fun story in the Olympics.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
We're still continuing to cycle here through the long jumps. Looks like Lily Rosenthal up on the women's runway. She's got she's double prosthetic long jump. So this is one of the first things I saw here when I came at the original Miller Family Open. Incredible.
Yeah, man. Interesting statistic I just heard recently about double amputees. So they use about 50 to 60% more energy just to move.
Okay.
So imagine her
Yeah.
getting off the line, doing
Right,
that, but
right.
the amount of energy that takes, man, unbelievable. Such a beautiful day out here in Ann Arbor too.
Yeah,
If
we
you
got
guys are
lucky.
able to get out here, man.
Yeah, we got lucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it last year was dreadfully hot, and the year before it rained. So
Yeah.
Eric is pretty happy about
Oh,
this
yeah.
today.
Yep. I was there for both of those years and they are not lying, man. Absolutely.
Looks like Allison, it's Eddie Teague. Sorry, not Allison. Eddie Teague. They're going into the pit. I'd see where we are on the men's side. We're going back toward the top of the jumping order here. A lot of good University of Michigan jumpers in this thing, which is kind of fun to see a little home team action.
Absolutely.
Talk to me about the home team. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
who are you excited about watching perform on the home team?
Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, it's it's really hard. I don't
Yeah,
wanna
you wanna
necessarily
yeah,
discriminate or anything of that sort,
sure.
but I think the team all around has been very solid. I think all the events are pretty well stacked, and in terms of individual runners, it's really hard to pinpoint one. But I'm really McKenna. She's going to be doing some. She's a wheelchair rugby
Yeah,
player, so not out here on the track, but I'm excited to see what she does with the sport of wheelchair rugby coming up. But then as far as track, man, I mean, honestly, they're all so solid, man.
yeah.
And then we had
That's a good artful dodge.
well, no,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's look, you are
How
out
many
here to.
athletes do you guys have, you think?
Oh my gosh, so I think
Uh,
they have don't I'm not sure of the exact number. I wanna say they're getting up
15, 10?
yeah, I wanna say they're in the 15 athlete range, but don't quote me on that, guys, but
Yeah,
I think we're definitely building for sure. And then, I mean, Leo Morrow, Sam Grew, I mean, those guys have really killed it, man, and
and
went
they've
on to
really,
do
like,
yeah,
set that bar for the
abso
next generation of athletes
absolutely,
here, you know?
absolutely.
Funny
I
how
mean,
those that one avatar, 2 avatar people in any adventure get out there, and then everybody's like, "Oh,
for
I could
sure.
do this."
For sure. I mean, and I think that's what it takes, though, and so good on to the University of Michigan for all that they've done to, support,
Yeah,
Leo.
facilitate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And support Leo and Sam. And then the legacy that they've, left here. And then that all the other runners are going to continue to do today. Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear just Leo and Sam. It's like it's Madonna and Prince around here, man. It really is. I've heard Leo. I
Yeah.
when I first started hearing Leo and Sam, I had to like go, who is everybody talking about? Then
Yeah.
I got a little bit more
But
of the
talk to
story.
me. What about you? I mean, on the U of M squad, who are you really looking at today?
Well, I mean, I really like I I met Maria Vla,
Oh,
who
okay.
I was like, you started your own nonprofit when you were like 20
Yeah.
or 19. I mean, like,
Yeah.
what an extraordinary person.
Yeah.
And yeah, uh, I mean, she's a distance runner.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to watch her run the 800.
There you go.
And then I was real lucky to meet Wyatt, talk to him for a while. And
There we go.
he was a real good cat. And Eric keeps telling me that Wyatt's pretty fast. So
Okay.
I'm the kind of person that people tell me their track times, I don't forget them. So
Yeah.
Wyatt said he's Wyatt said he loves the 400 and he's never run under 58 seconds. So that's I'm gonna be watching that thing later today.
No, that's awesome. I think you know, there's so many great athletes that I think it's just going to be fun to watch all around. And um I think that yeah, regardless of the athlete, I think it's just going to be able to see the competition today on the track, you guys, is going to be impactful. I know it's impactful for me. I mean,
Yeah,
anytime I watch a track meet,
yeah,
it brings me back. I mean, obviously, I wasn't alive during the original Olympiad in
yeah,
Greece, but
sure.
can you believe that I wasn't alive
No,
yet?
no, you're
But
young.
yeah, but it's something, you guys. There's just a special energy about track and field.
I
So
think it's gonna be kind of fun here as we've kind
yeah,
of been all over the place with all the field events, and now we get to that 1 o'clock hour, and I think pretty much everything's gonna come into here.
yeah,
We're gonna have almost all the action. Everybody's gonna be focused in, and so you'll start to feel that energy build
yeah,
as the afternoon goes on.
for
Um,
sure. And I
what?
got a chance to watch a little bit of the discus. Speaking of field events, really
Yeah,
quick, and what an amazing sport to watch. It was great.
I was watching. I loved watching Eric Francis from the University of Alabama last night's a heck of a thrower. I can't believe torque and elasticity of him as an athlete from the seated position.
For sure.
So that was a big privilege last night, seeing him compete. And he was
Absolutely.
in all three throws last night. But at one point in the throws last night, there was like a 60-year-old man,
Yeah.
a 50-year-old man, and then a 17-year-old, like the
Oh
three
my
throwers in a row,
gosh. Yeah.
which
Man.
it just shows the kind of just general inclusivity of the Miller Family Open,
Sure, man.
which is what I just I run a big nonprofit in Chicago that
Okay.
basically our mission is to expand the sports of track and cross country for
Sure.
middle school kids and high school kids. So
Nice. Nice.
um our mantra in the summer is more track.
Yeah.
If the answer is more track, we don't care if it's us controlling track or who's, but there should be more track.
Yeah.
And so that our mission is to build track and cross country communities all
Love
over
it.
the Chicagoland area,
Yeah.
and hopefully more area than Chicago someday.
Listen, man, it's gonna happen, and I'm very excited for you. Good on you for
Yeah.
making that happen. What's the name of the
Yeah,
nonprofit?
so we run our nonprofit's called Palatine Pack TFCC, and really it's meant to attack club sports because we don't like how exclusive they are and how much they cost.
Yeah,
So and I don't like how much travel and time is involved. So we just wanted to try to create a more local solution for families. And there's millions of people in Chicago. We don't need to be traveling and a lot of track. So
right.
I think we have over 1,000 athletes competing in track across the Chicago summer. So this is our it kind of goes along with your guys' program we started right after COVID.
Yeah,
So yeah, one of my missions is to be more track, and one way that I got hooked up with everybody here is that I run a major distance running meet in April called Distance Night in Palatine, but Special Olympics has been it's a charity, and so
yeah, yeah.
we've contributed over $40,000 to Special Olympics in 2015.
Wow,
And
that's amazing.
so one of my goals. So here's one of my dreams is we've had a Special Olympics 800 from the start. Ben Blumond, who did the 5,000 race walk here earlier today, has actually won our 800 before. But I want to have a wheelchair race 800.
Heck
And
yeah.
I'm trying to get a field together between
Oh man.
I had some feelers and we had it real close. And I didn't want to just have one person. I wanted to have a really competitive race. And
Sure, man.
our meet brings people from all over the Midwest. And
Yeah,
I want to have that same thing for a wheelchair race, kind of in from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night is our prime time. And we want
sure.
to put this race right in the middle of all of that,
Heck yeah.
which is where we do our basically our ambulatory
Sure,
800
sure.
is already right in that.
Heck
So
yeah.
I think we've done a lot to raise people's awareness about these athletes, but I'd like to bring the adaptive side.
Of course. And I think that's such a great, great mission. And, really appreciate you doing that, for your community, but also for the track and field sport as a whole, man.
Normalize.
Yeah.
Everybody's a lot of other people that like to do track. You gotta
Uh,
let them in, you know.
well, absolutely. I mean, look, there's a lot bigger athletes out there than the Blade Runner, should I say,
Yeah, yeah,
So,
absolutely. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. But,
yeah.
no,
Other than the ones that get all the publicity.
yeah, exactly.
So the
Exactly.
Blade Runners are like the cool guys. Though. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
Yep.
easy to market, you know.
Exactly. But got to give
Yeah,
everybody,
there's a lot of other stories going on.
yep.
So we did this webcast thing. We actually just started doing webcasts because we wanted there to be free webcasts of track
Nice.
around Chicago.
Nice.
But we even from the very beginning, we got to go to class. We got to go to the adaptive. All the
Heck
stories,
yeah.
all the stories, are adaptive.
Oh, I love this, man. This is great. I mean, what you're doing, giving people an opportunity to see the races live,
Yeah,
see it, and I mean, look at this guy. This is like HD here.
I
He's
know,
got. It's
man. We
amazing.
got like the feed
So
going on.
yeah, I love
We're
it.
gonna be we got multi cams around
Yeah,
here, so when we get going
yeah.
on the track, we'll be able to kind of keep moving
No,
around. So.
absolutely. Well, and then for everybody watching, you've probably already said it, but do you mind telling people what the website is, how they can check it out, and
Yeah,
how they can follow it?
yeah.
Yeah.
So we're you can search up Pack Media on YouTube,
All
and
right.
the stream is live on Pack Media,
There we
which is
go.
like our timing company is called Palatine Pack Timing, and Pack Media is like
There
our
we
media
go.
site. So
Pack Media, everybody, for all your track and
yeah,
field coverage
yeah,
right
there it
here
is.
at the Miller Family Open at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. We're live. This is awesome. Hey, I appreciate you having me
Yeah,
on, bud.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get out of here today. Yeah,
I've got to
you
go.
gotta
I've
go.
got to
Alright,
go
take
do
care.
some other duties, and I do have the volunteer on the back of my shoulders, guys. So I got to make
Yeah,
sure that I
you're
actually,
in here shirking duty.
yeah, sure can duty.
Well, we're gonna be
But
here all afternoon doing coverage. We're gonna
yeah,
get this high jump going here in a little bit. You can see them warming up over there. So
yeah.
people that were hardcore watching the stream are like, why aren't they announcing the distances anymore? These two guys are up here chatting.
Oh my gosh.
So we're gonna catch the last couple jumps of the long jump and then get over here on the high jump. Okay?
Heck yeah, guys. Pack Media, keep it tuned in to this amazing guy here, the Miller Family Open, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, coming to you live. I'm Zach Damon. I hope to do this again.
And I'm
Thanks.
Chris Quick.
Yeah,
All
Chris
right, man.
Quick.
I'll see you later, man.
All right, bud.
Thanks for dropping.
Absolutely.
Also dying. All right, guys. Great talk there with Zach Damon, one of the members of the board for the day. I'll see ya. one of the members of the board for the adaptive sports at the University of Michigan. We'll pick up jump here. My radio keeps dying, so I've lost my channel. Talk to the volunteer down the field that was giving distances and names. Do our best to identify the athletes here. The women's is definitely saw some good jumps there in the women's competition. Probably getting down to the 5th or 6th round efforts here now for the men. It's like is a little raking down there. All right, so we're kind of in the middle of the order. This could be Anthony Montgomery. I'm not sure of who this is. Getting the pit in order down there, as you can see on. Just looks like we got some leveling going on down there with the officials, making sure the measurements are fair. Can't have anybody jumping into a dugout pit. It gets a little bit artificial distance. All right, so we are moving toward this toward the 1 o'clock hour here. Should have this Elite 100 coming up in about 10 minutes. So we're gonna follow these. Yeah, I keep getting told to everybody on the stream, the Michigan Stormtrooper is here. If you don't know what that is, there's a diehard Michigan fan who shows up to University of Michigan events dressed as a Imperial Stormtrooper. So he was out there last time I saw him. He was getting strangled by a little kid who was using the Force. Yeah, I mean selfie, yes. All right, looks like we're ready to get going here in the last rounds of the long jump. Got Dr. O here calling the 100-meter elite to the starting area. So we'll have the women's elite first at 1, and then right after that we're going to have section 2, which is going to be our elite men. I'm guessing that was Cameron Hart. I know Serrato is up in the is up here, so he cannot get the distances anymore because my radio is not good. But gonna have this one died as well. So Wyatt Serrato up here. We got the University of Michigan athletes to go here: Serrato, Stanley, and Gordon. That was Wyatt Serrato in the long jump there. Um, All right, we're gonna start to change our cameras around here so that we have some uh, some good angles of this Elite 100. I know everybody's really excited about it, so um, let's preview that as we get into it. So, two section final. In lane one, coming up in the women, we're gonna have Lanaya Richard, unattached, competing able-bodied division. Uh, Lane two, Elizabeth Waller from Glassa, competing as a T64. Lane three will be Madison Haas, also of Glassa. We just saw her in the long jump, competing as a T37. Lane four, Addie Teague, competing unattached as a T13. Um, Lane five, Addison Freeburn, unattached as a T91. Addison's a really exciting athlete. She's runs for Saline High School here in Michigan, where she's a member of the track and field team and has qualified to both the indoor and outdoor Michigan State meet. And recently, I think, ran at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals meet as a member of Saline's 4x100 and 4x200 relays. So she will be in the middle of the track in lane five. Lane six, we're going to have Charity Jones, unattached, competing as AB. Lane seven, Lily Rosenthal. We just saw her. So she's a double amputee competing as a T62. We just saw her in the long jump. And then in lane eight, we're going to have Chloe Chavez from San Diego State University competing as a T64. So incredibly integrated group. I mean, a couple T64s in here, but really like the hallmark of Glassa is inclusive track and field competition. This is six or seven different classifications, all in one elite 100 meters, going toe to toe for the title of fastest person in the joint. So everybody that I've talked to all day has been excited about both of these races. So about 5 minutes from the gun for that. Otherwise, let's use the time to throw out. Uh, Again, the Miller family. We want to thank Guardian. Guardian is one of the major corporate sponsors here. They've got massive support here. They've got personnel on site and really like from day one supporters of the Miller Family Open. We'd also like to thank some of the groups that make this all possible. So we want to thank Michigan Adaptive Sports and Fitness for everything they do to spread the love of sport and access to sport to the student athletes in the student body here at the University of Michigan. Um, we already shouted out Guardian. Um, and then we have, so many of the other organizations and bodies that work together to come to an event like this. We have Move United. They're the national leader in adaptive sports and a huge supporter of today's event. Their support ensures athletes here have a path to compete nationally. We'd like to thank Athletes Without Limits for helping make today's competition more inclusive for athletes with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We want to thank Virtus and USATF for their continued support of the Paralympics. We also, I'd love to shout out, Maria's charity. I'm an athlete too. Is trying to make real change here on the ground in Michigan. As an advocate for, uh, inclusive sport in the state of Michigan on the high school level and beyond. She's doing a lot more work than that. We'll see Maria Villa a little bit later. She's going to be running the ceremonial 100 that is accorded to graduates of the University of Michigan Adaptive Track and Field program upon graduation. So, yeah, really excited to process this race. We're gonna flip back over now to our main feeds. We can see the athletes warming up. I'll just let the intensity build here a little bit. We got DJ Mint up above us, finishing up a couple hours of DJ. So a lot of excitement here as the meet now starts to move into the track for most of our track. We got the high jump we're gonna be showing here. That's about to get started here at 1 o'clock. All right, a lot of announcements here. And here we go. National anthem coming on in the stadium now. All right, time to play ball. The national anthem. Now all of the official stuff is done now. Here we are. The Elite Women's 100 coming up. So we've already listed the athletes. Lanaya Richards coming in lane 1. Seed time of 13:34, competing as an independent. Lane 2, Elizabeth Wooler, T64 athlete, comes in with a seed time of 16.1, competing for GLASA. Lane 3, Madison Haas, saw before, competing in T37, seed time of 1682, running for GLASA. Lane 4, we have Addie Teague, T13 category, 1361 seed time, competing unattached. Lane 5 is our high schooler, Addison Freeberg, competing as a T91, 12.8 seed time, and I gave you her resume earlier, quite impressive. Lane 6, Charity Jones, in the able-bodied AB category with an 11.8 seed time. Lane 7, Lily Rosenthal, competing as the T62, seed time of 15.58. In lane 8, we're going to have Chloe Chavez, T64 classification with a seed time of 13.25 from San Diego State University. We're finishing our stadium introductions here, and then we will have our gun in the Elite Women's 100-meter dash. Right. Introductions are now over. We're finally going to get to the start, maybe. There's been a lot of announcements. Dr. Rose just reiterating the mission statement of the meet, which is about inclusion across all categories, classification. All right, no more waiting. As Dr. O just said to the stadium audience, you're never quite sure when an athlete is running a time that is at the top of their classification in the United States or otherwise. We're just hoping for a fast race all around. We're down in the blocks. Clean start. Jones in 5. We have Freeburn in 4. Addie Teague, that looks like it is in 4, sorry. Lily Rosenthal there in 7. Gonna get some time real fast. Starting to see results come in here. Waiting for the clock to cycle back to the top. So 12-3-1 for Jones with the win. Freeburn 13-09 in second. Teague 13-45 in third. Chavez 13-87 fourth. Lily Rosenthal 15-98 in fifth. Wooler 16-54 in sixth. Haas 17-39 in seventh. We move now to our men's race. Some very, very fast athletes. We're filling all 10 lanes here. So in lane 1, we'll have Sam Winters at the T36 classification. Seat time of 13:63, competing for Glassa. Lane 2 is Daniel Figueroa, competing as the T44. Seat time of 13:27 out of the University of Alabama. Lane 3, Christopher Moore, T46 classification, with a seed time of 11.14, competing unattached. Lane 4s, 5 and 6 is the where we're going to see the meat of the race. Lane 4, Mason Phillips, an able-bodied athlete with a seat time of 10.09 from the Garden State Track Club. Lane 5, we previewed him before the event. Jaden Blackwell, competing as a T38 with 10.5 seed time. Lane 6, Davion Blacknell, able-bodied athlete, 10.14 seed time, competing for the Garden State Track Club. Lane 7, Jonathan Gore, competing as a T64 with an 11 flat seed time. Lane 8, we talked to him in our pre-show. Wyatt Serrato of the University of Michigan, competing in a T91 classification with a time of 12.01. Lane 9, Connor Pierce, competing with the T36 classification. Seed time of 14.8, also of the University of Michigan adaptive team. So you have the teammates in lanes 8 and 9. And in lane 10, you have Nashawn Williams, able-bodied athlete, the seed time of 10:72, competing unattached. So all 10 lanes filled here. Jaden Blackwell here in lane 5 is one of the most accomplished athletes in all of the Paralympics movement. 10:05 is a no joke time, and we'll see what we get today. Conditions here are good. We have a very, very light wind, if any at all. It's a pretty still day. It's about 75 degrees. A perfect day for sprinting. Outside of a bit of a stiff tailwind, this is you can't get much nicer for a track and field up here today. looking at the blocks here on the screen, it looks like we do have some scratches in this. Both the Garden State Track Club athletes do not appear to be in their lanes. So looking like we have lanes 4 and 6 starting empty, as well as lane 7, Jonathan Gore also does not appear to be in the blocks for this race. So it looks like the moment from afar, it looks like we're only lining up 6. Nashawn Williams does not appear to be here in lane 10 either. So we're lining up 6 athletes on this 10 lane straightaway. All right. Dave announcing done to the starter. Elite men's 100-meter dash. Jaden Blackwell taking his time getting into the block like a seasoned pro should. Great start by Blackwell in 5. We have Christopher Moore in 3. Good race. Strong race. Blackwell here through for the win. Dorado third there. There we have. We're going to go to the times now. Blackwell 10:80. Real strong time there. Real quick. Moore there 11:36 in second. Christopher Moore competing unattached. Then Wyatt Serrato 12:02, right on his seed time of 12:01. Sam Winters a 13:41, so that's a significant best. It comes in with the seed time of 13:63. It's almost 2/10 better. Figueroa, let's see that Daniel Figueroa 13:57 in 5th place comes in with a 13:27 seed time. And then we have Connor Pierce there in a 14:75, so a little faster than his listed time. Connor was listed at a 14:80, so 14:75, right on his personal best. Same thing with Serrato. So both of the Michigan athletes there in that heat, right on their best ever times. Both in different classifications. Serrato competing as the T91. Connor Pierce there as the T36. Good time by Blackwell, 10:80. Not at it, 10:50, but that's a place. So didn't quite think we were going to see a 10:50 today, but and then we had 4 DNSs there. So we're gonna put the camera here for a moment, for a bit onto the high jump, and zoom in on that event. We're gonna see if we can get somebody down there with a radio that could get us some real time data on the competition here. But we will keep the camera zoomed in there until we resume running on the track. Next up on the track, we're gonna have the break here to set people's compensators. So the 1,500 meters is scheduled for 1:40. That's about a half hour from now. So yeah, we'll be going through a couple heats of that. We're gonna preview that here real fast. We just have a combined. No, I think we have. Let's see where this is at. Yep. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, so the next events up will be the 1,500. I'm looking for Do we? Are there wheelchair racers in this 1500? I see mostly ambulatory in this 1500 here. So we're gonna get most of the athletes we had at the 5K. Anyway, we're in a compensator break. We're gonna sign off for a little bit here and let the meet catch up. We're gonna keep the high jump on the screen here in case you want to keep your eyes on the men's high jump here. See if we get a radio down there to report you on some of the performance. Sign off for a little bit and come back on as the action resumes. All right. Assembling now here at the Miller Open on the backstretch, we have the 1500 meters. We're going to have a lot of the same crew that we had in the 5,000 meters earlier. So we got some real warriors in here today. We saw Andrew Gray earlier run a really nice time. It was 17:25 for the 5K today. He'll be in here again in his lime singlet. Listed, we have Francis Anzaldi as a T20 classification, the seed time of 5:50 in the open age group. We have McKenny Tenney back with us in the T91 classification, completing with for athletes without limits as a master's age 35. We have Peter King with as an able-bodied competitor, no time listed, competing unattached, and once again we have Kyle Horiuchi as a T20 classification, also entered with no time. I think Kyle was around 27 minutes earlier today in the 5K. So yeah, real warrior stuff. That went off around 10, finished around 10:15, 10:30, and now we're back here at 1:40. So some 3 hours later, we're back for the 1500 here. So 3 3/4 laps of the track. Andrew Gray is listed as a U17 Open high school aged athlete, I think. Gun is up. And we're off. Got see them coming down the backstretch here. Andrew quickly to the lead. He was out in 80 seconds in the 5K, so I would expect him to be under 80 seconds here in the shorter race. Although he is maybe a little tired after having run a 5K already today. Getting a little competition here. We have one scratch here. I'm gonna try to figure out if that's Inzaldi or Kim. I think this is Peter Kim that is in here. Check his hip number. Kim would be hip number 4. That's Anzaldi. So Kim is the scratch here. Francis Anzaldi competing here as a T20 out right in Andrew Gray's slipstream. Here's McKenny Tenney. And then Kyle Horiuchi. Coming through the 400-meter mark. Yeah, quick pace, 75, 76 seconds. So real near to a 5-minute mile pace there. And then Anzaldi threw in an 80. And his seed time is 5:50. So 80 is a really quick start. See how that goes. We have Tenney here coming through his 400 meters in 92 seconds. So right around 6-minute mile pace. See Andrew coming through at the 200. Still trailed by Francis Anzaldi. Francis Anzaldi the third. Catch this other view. And he hits the line here. He'll have 2 laps to go. Again, seed time of 4:35 is fairly quick. That's a sub 5-minute mile. That would be roughly equivalent to 4:55 miles. So he was not quite on that pace at the 400, but we'll see. 2 laps to go here, 2:17. Again, probably not an expectation we're going to see a lifetime best in the 1500 out of Andrew, considering he already ran the 5K. So he's going to hit this 800 meters here, 2:37, 2:38. Still looking smooth, real efficient runner. McKenny Tenney coming through with 2 laps to go. See Andrew on the backstretch here. They'll have 1 lap to go. We have Kyle Horiuchi here coming through the start finish line. You see him right here on camera. He has 2 laps to go. And now we're going to take the bell here for Andrew Gray. Again, competing here is a T13. Team time of 4:35. He had a nice kick in the 5,000 meters. We'll see what happens here. Still has real nice rhythm. Strong athlete. There's Andrew. Takes the bell. Catch some other action out here as Andrew comes around. We'll leave it on this view. You can see Kyle Horiuchi there going down the backstretch. He'll have 1 lap remaining when he comes back around to the start line. And now you can see Andrew Gray coming on his last lap. Less than 300 meters to go now. Really picking it up. This is going to be a big kick. You can see Francis Anzaldi coming through with 1 lap to go. He's at 4:13. He may definitely be able to run that 5:50. We'll see what kind of last lap he has. And now we have Gray lapping Kyle Horiuchi. Big kick now here for Andrew Gray. This is going to be a strong time. It should be under 5 minutes. Guessing more. He's coming fast now. Maybe a 4:50 type time for Andrew Gray. So Andrew pulls off a sensational double here today. 4:48 to my eye there. So 17:25 for the 5K earlier today, and now a 4:50, 4:45 clocking there in the 1500. Yeah, great performance. We're going to follow Francis Anzaldi the third to locate where he is on the track. He's going to be in his finish. Yeah, here we go. He's down here at 150 meters to go. You can catch him now on camera down by the big Michigan track and field sign. Came in with a 5:50 seed time. So the big kick's going to get him here right on that time. I think he's probably going to run in the 5:40s here for the 1500. Clock just hit 5:30. Going to have to close. Big kick. This is his first race today. Now another good shift here. As he starts to smell the line, we're going to get a sub 5. We're going to get a PR here. 5:47. So listed as a 5:50 seed time there for Francis Anzaldi the third. Competing here today in the T20 classification. We zoom back out now to catch McKenny Tenney. No listed seed time. He already has completed the 5K today. Competing here is the T91 for athletes without limits. And in the Masters 35 years age. Yeah. Yeah. Andrew person looked like a yeah. Yep. Talking to Dr. O here so we can announce that PR to the stadium. Okay. Now McKenny got it back this time. He wanted to stop early last time, and now he wanted to go an extra lap. He wanted a 1600 meter time over there, you know? Yeah, Kyle started finishing the outside lane last time. Kyle finished in lane 5 last time. Now we're out here in lane 8 or 9. And we're going to have Kyle's going to come in right around 7:23, 7:25. Did you get him finishing there? All right. Well, that's our action in the 1500. All right. Concludes our action in the 1500. Next up, grab our schedule here. Oh, yeah. We're going to have Maria Villa going to complete her ceremonial 100 here. That's scheduled for 2:15. So we have quite a bit of time here. we have 5 minutes until that happens. So Maria again is accorded this as a graduate of the University of Michigan. Is going to run a ceremonial 100 as a way of commemorating her time in the program. So we'll pause again on the broadcast and wait for the action. I'm going to put the camera back up on the high jump so we can catch that action here. Again, we don't have a volunteer down here telling us the jumps are the jumpers. So we're just going to train the camera over there and watch the action. So we are gonna come back on here. A number of interesting things happening here in the next couple hours as the meet really kind of like gets going again. Here at 2:15, we're supposed to have a ceremonial 100 meters for Maria Villa, who's a recent graduate of the University of Michigan and one of the most fierce advocates in this state for inclusive athletics in track and field, and has successfully lobbied after she was injured during her sophomore year in high school to gain access to do adaptive track with the rest of her teammates. So a lot of Maria, we interviewed her earlier today. You know, real fascinating backstory. Was always like an outside kid, grew up in the Upper Peninsula, and it actually kind of started her athletic career as a cross country skier, and was on the cross country team on the varsity as a freshman, and then she said suffered a freak accident during her sophomore October of her sophomore year that changed the trajectory of her life and her athletics. And then she said that as she was going through that, then the world ended with COVID for years. So she certainly had to recalibrate and knew she wanted to continue as a cross country athlete. So came back doing some hand wheelchair racing is as a junior, and then really like had noticed as a junior that there was no pathway for her to compete on her track and field team at her high school. So started a petition uh, labeled "I am an athlete too" that eventually led to as a junior her being allowed to compete at the conference level as an adaptive track and field athlete, but at that point, there was no ability for Maria to compete through the Michigan High School Athletic Association, the MHSAA, in the regional and sectional and state series. So, uh, a lot of advocacy over the next year led to the first ever, starting with her advocacy, the first ever adaptive athletes competing in the state finals in Michigan. And so that work now has continued for her with her forming of the I'm an Athlete 2 Foundation, or 501c3 charity she founded while she was in college here at Michigan, that obviously does advocacy for expanded access, but now is hooking kids up to sport chairs and really trying to maybe focus on some athletes that maybe even were never athletes before. They didn't think that they were able to be an athlete. And so, whereas she had been an athlete previous to her injury, uh, is trying to pull some brand new athletes into the field, into the track and field universe through providing access to chairs and other equipment. Uh, and I think what a laudable and incredible young woman. She's gonna be honored here in a little bit with a ceremonial walk to celebrate her time in this program and all that who she is and what she has meant to the program. So this is an honor that they bestow at the Miller Family Open and have done a couple times each of the last years to honor one of the University of Michigan's own athletes. Immediately following that, which should be coming up here in a minute, we are going to have our ambulatory 100 meters. We have two sections of the women, excuse me, followed by four section of the men. So we have six sections of the ambulatory 100. Um, all of the athletes that we saw earlier in the elite 100 will be doubling back here and running also in the open. So we're going to see some of these athletes with a second crack at it today. Immediately following those not immediately, but following the ambulatory hundreds, we're going to have the wheelchair hundreds. So we have two heats of that. We'll see Maria racing there in heat one in her chair. And then we'll have two sections of the 100-meter wheelchair for the men. So, yeah, quite a few heats. It looks like 10 heats coming up of the 100. So we get a little bit more kind of continuous action going on. And then we'll be moving into the 800 after that. So Dr. O here in the stadium is announcing Maria down here on the track so she can be honored in front of the assembled crowd here in the stands. I'll try to mimic what he says about her as best I can for you on the stream. Here comes Maria down the track as they announce she's graduated in her BA in movement science this past spring. She's also continuing as a master's student here in the fall, so her influence will stick around the University of Michigan campus here. We will not see Maria moving this slowly in her race in a little bit. It's a nice stroll to soak up the applause here. Maria also competes in wheelchair tennis, which is one of the first adaptive programs they offered here at the University of Michigan. We'll see her in her race chair in a little bit here. It's kind of way. Don't quite have a good angle. Blocked by the FHE pole here. There we go. So Maria's going to do her master's in movement science and then hoping to pursue a PhD someday in kinesiology. So yeah, throw the M out there for everybody. All right, she's done with her ceremonial 100. We'll see her back on the track here in the wheelchair 100 in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, we got the time recorded for the ceremonial 100, and then got Maria's name down on the display board. That's the next thing. All right, so we've got 7 or 8 minutes here until our next scheduled event's at 1:30. So we'll sign off for a moment, and then we'll come back and set the fields for the ambulatory 100-meter dash. That's set to start here at 2:30 Eastern time. Okay, we have heat 1 here of the women's ambulatory 100. To be Lily Rosenthal there in lane 3 with the win in this heat. There's Heidi Kramer finishing. You see some times here. Rosenthal takes the win in 15:61. G in 16:38. Zinyi Felice G competing T91 today. And then Heidi Kramer, T37 in 20.84. Try to follow along here. Yeah, a lot of, look like quite a few scratches in that 100. Kramer is listed as having a seed time of 20, so she's a little faster than 21. Rosenthal 15:58 for her seed, right on that time, maybe a shade quicker. We're less touch with a couple of our cameras, so we're just going to keep it on this straightaway view for section 2 here of the ambulatory 100. We have Allison So in lane 1. We saw her in the long jump earlier. We have Charity Jones in lane 2. We saw her in the elite 100. Lane 3, Elizabeth Wooler, glass athlete competing in the T64 division. Lane 4, Emily Creighton. Creighton is out of the University of Michigan, able-bodied athlete. Lane 5 is Margaret Bodwin, competing in the T37 division for the University of Michigan. Lane 6 is Thea Schley, competing unattached, is in the able-bodied category. In lane 7, we have Vivian Mills, also unattached, competing in the T91 classification. In 8, we have Madison Haas from Glassa. We saw Madison earlier in the long jump, competing in the T37 division. In lane 9, we have Addison Freeburn, unattached, competing in the T91. She also competes for Saline High School here, right nearby. And then lane 10, Annabelle Silvershare, unattached and classified as able-bodied. Heat 2 of the women here. Again, we're going to have Charity Jones that looks to be in lane 2. Another strong time. Look like Addison Freeburn in lane 9 there. Athletes continue to come across. Jones first in 12:31. Freeburn second in 13.19. The results continue to come in here. So third in 14:87. Wooler fourth in 16:41. But Haas there, fifth in 17:43. Sobersher sixth. It looked like 18. 1854 for Silbersher in sixth. Bodwin 7th in 1924. Mills, 8th in 20.99. Continue to get our cameras back loaded here. Access point above us was unplugged. I think when somebody was cleaning up. Yeah. Kind of focus back on the finish right away. We are going to transition now to the men's ambulatory 100 meters. 4 sections here. Set the field here in Heat 1. We have Wyatt Serrato of the University of Michigan competing with a Virtus 2-3 classification. Lane 2, Carter Buckingham competing unattached, able-bodied athlete. Lane 3, Blake Shia competing unattached, able-bodied athlete. Lane 4, Nashawn Williams, unattached, able-bodied athlete. No, lane 5, Davian Blacknell, unattached, able-bodied athlete. Lane 6, let's see here. Lane 6 is Jacob Patricia from the University of Michigan, able-bodied athlete, seed time 11.75. Lane 7, Jaden Blackwell. Pete here is a T38. Also unattached. Lane 8, Mason Phillips competing unattached as an able-bodied athlete. And we have Christopher Moore in 9 with a T46 classification. And in lane 10, Jonathan Gore with a T64. All right, we are ready. Down in the blocks here. Heat 1 of the men's ambulatory 100 meters. Definitely some open lanes here. Count 7 athletes. This looks like close between 8 and 5 there. 8 would have been Mason Williams. 5 would have been Davian Blacknell. We'll get the times here as they come on in on our screen. Phillips takes the win in 10.55. Real quick time. Blacknell second in 10.60. So both really quality times there. Blackwell third with a 10.90. Again, Blackwell competing in the T38 classification. Williams fourth with 11.24. Phillips again takes the win. Keep cycling through here. Phillips fourth and 11.24. Buckingham fifth and 11.41. Moore sixth and 11.56. Serrato seventh and 12.21. Serrato came in with a 12.03 seed time, so it's talked to him earlier. He said he's really looking forward to 400 meters here. So a little bit of a 100 meter warm up to his more preferred event. Go back to our starting camera here ahead of section 2 of 4. Section 2, we have Connor Pierce in lane 2, University of Michigan athlete. Lane 3, Talon Smith from the University of Michigan. Lane 4, Daniel Figueroa of the University of Alabama, competing as a T44. Sorry, both Smith and Pierce are competing as a T36 classification. Lane 5, we have TJ Donnan, San Diego State University, competing as a T44. Lane 6, Austin Spala, also San Diego State University, competing as a T35. Lane 7, we have Sam Winter of Glassa in T36 classification. Cooper Shane in lane 8 of Grit, the T36 classification. And then lane 9, we have Lucas Hernandez competing unattached, able-bodied athlete. I talked to Maria Valle earlier, and the Grit team is actually the competitive outgrowth of her I Am an Athlete 2 foundation. So, again, shows her continuing reach, growing in the sport. as now some of the athletes that she has enabled and helped to get involved in adaptive athletics are now competing on a team attached to her nonprofit. So we'll watch Cooper Shane competing for grid here in lane 8. Top seed by time here is Austin Spalla with a 12:95. I guess Donnan is close to 12:85. So looks to be lane 5. That's Timothy Donnan, TJ Donnan, San Diego State University, competing as a T44 there. Get his time here in just a second. Donnan came in with a seed time of 12:85, finishes in 13:05 here. Winter second and 13. Missed it on the cycle on the scoreboard here. Back just a second. Winter second, 13:73. Spalla third in 13:79. Figueroa fourth in 14:01. Hernandez fifth, 14:48. Pierce sixth in 14:99. Shane seventh in 15:55. Those are our finishers here. See if we had any significant personal bests. Looks like people are a little touch off of like their personal bests here today. We'll move next to section 3 of 4. Coming up now as we get some runouts from section 3. Ted Stanley competing here. He will be in unattached, compete as an able body out of lane 2. Lane 3 will have Michael Christian. Michael Christian affiliation. Let's see here. Competing for the University of Michigan as a T91. In lane 4, we have Raheem Matthews competing for Athletes Without Borders. In lane 5, we saw him earlier in the long jump, Owen Mordyke from Glassa, competing as a T63. Lane 6, we have Kevin Ferentz. Kevin, looking up his designations, from the University of Michigan as an able-bodied athlete. In lane 7, we have Kyle Hu, unattached and competing under the able-bodied designation. In lane 8, we have Anthony Montgomery competing for Athletes Without Borders. So no times entered for any of the athletes in this section. So won't be able to judge against any level of personal best previously. See what happens as we get down the track. We still have some runouts happening here. This is heat 3 of the men's ambulatory 100 meters. Good to get the track action underway here. Breaks in these adaptive meets are oftentimes a little bit longer as the field events are run to their conclusions. You do not see athletes checking in and out of events in the same way that you may see at a regular high school or college meet, where everything is kind of run consecutively and people are checking out. And we're off here in section 3. Good start out of lane 2. Lane 2, that's Ted Stanley running for the University of Michigan. Lane 7 there, places second. That's Kyle Hu. Lane 5 there, we had Owen Mordyke competing for Glassa, the T63 at single prosthetic, like an above the knee amputee. Stanley 1184, Hu 1221 in second, Montgomery third in 1332, Ferentz fourth 1443, Mordyke fifth in 1664. All right. One final section we run here in the ambulatory 100 meters. Waiting for the athletes to emerge from the call tent here to this final section. So, section 4, 8 competitors listed. We have Mitch Brand competing unattached out of lane 2 with a T91 classification. Lane 3, we have Dominic Massano competing unattached with a T63 classification. Lane 4, we have Matthew Gordon competing, it looks like, for the Michigan club team. Lane 5, we have Quinn Sokolowski, unattached athlete in the able-bodied division. 6, we have Dylan Shorish being unattached in the able-bodied division. Lane 7, Tanner May beating unattached in the able-bodied division. I think we saw Tanner last night. I think he's a graduate of the University of Michigan. We saw him throwing the javelin last night. And we have in lane 8, Ralph Morgan Sherman. He's out of the University of Michigan competing in the T91 division. And then last but not least, in lane 9, we have Jack Easterday competing unattached in the able-bodied division. So we see a few of these athletes starting to emerge. You can see back there on the web feed, we have some of our wheelchair racers getting ready for the wheelchair hundreds that are going to follow these ambulatory races. Not really see anybody stepping into the blocks yet for this 4th section of the 100. We shall see what's going on there. We're going to have 4 total sections of the 100-meter wheelchair division, 2 for the women and 2 for the men. So that will follow right on these ambulatory hundreds. It appears that the last heat of the section 4 of the ambulatory 100 does not have any competitors or is not happening. So we're moving on to the 100-meter wheelchair. This is Maria Valle of the University of Michigan. In lane 1, we saw her in the ceremonial 100 earlier. We have Amelia Gwynn in 2 out of Texas. And then Divya Harkema in lane 3 out of the Grit team. It's like Amelia Gwynn from Texas is going to take the win here. Close race here. Close race in lanes 3 and 4 to the line. Looks like that was Divya Harkema in 3 competing as a T33. Not sure who the athlete was in lane 4 there. That was a late ad, so not on my heat sheet. Like lane 4. We're going to get lined up now for heat 2 of the women's 100-meter wheelchair. In lane 1, we have Amy Cyber of Lassa. See if I can find these personal bests here. Nobody in the second heat is entered with a time. So lane 2, we have Micaiah Green of the University of Cincinnati. Lane 3, we have Lydia Yax, also the University of Cincinnati. And lane 4, Logan Cover, the University of Cincinnati. So the teammates go in 2, 3, and 4. Lane 5, we have Allison Thurman competing unattached. So everybody in 2, 3, 4, and 5 is all competing in the T90 classification. So in a fairly rare instance today, we'll see quite a bit of talent aggregated in the same classification, the same race. Lane 6, we have Adalia Borgmeyer competing unattached as a T54. And lane 7, we have Kendall Walker competing for the Grit team, also as a T90. So watch those T90s 2, 3, 4, 5 in the middle of the track, and then Walker on the outside in 7. All of those are in the same classification. Then Zyber in 1 and Borgmeyer in 6 are both competing as T54s. Like a real quick start here in lane. It looks like it might be Thurman in 5. It could be lane 6 here. We can get this. That was lane 6. That's Adalia Borgmeyer. Clear win there. Second place looks like it's going to go to Micaiah Green. And then Lydia Yax and Logan Cover 3rd and 4th. So the Cincinnati teammates go 2, 3, 4 there. Borgmeyer in 17:56, Grain 2nd in 23:40, Yax 3rd in 25:56, Cover 4th 26:44. As the results continue to come in. Cyber 5th in 27:89, and then Walker 6th in 30.20. Those are our female wheelchair racers. Pretty strong time there by Borgmeyer out of lane 6. Wish we had some previous seed times on these athletes. Up next now we have the men's 100-meter wheelchair. You see 2 athletes down here on the starting line, but we're listed to have 6. So Isaac Duncan goes in 3. Eamon Castaldi in 4. All those look to be scratches if running as is currently seen on the screen. Oh, here we go. We got a little time. We still have some competitors. So we have Duncan unattached in lane 3, competing as a T90. Eamon Castaldi in 4. He's competing for the University of Cincinnati. So big sprint crew here from them. Lane 5, we have Zachary Carter from the University of Alabama competing as a T54. Lane 6, we have Alex Brown. Alex Brown is from the University of Alabama as well, competing as a T53. And lane 7, we have Brandon Binkley of Grit, competing as a T90. And in lane 8, we have Maximilian Calabrese competing for the University of Michigan as a T90. Dr. O alerting us to athlete out here, I think in lane 9, Maximilian Calabrese, that's using a frame runner, which provides support and stability for the athlete. But it still allows the athlete's feet to stay on the ground and then some steering to occur. So we'll watch lane 9 here. Looks like the early move maybe to 5 here. This lane 5 looks to be, it could be 5 or 6, hard to see. It looks like that's going to be lane 6. That's Alex Brown. Lane 7 there, second. That would be Brandon Binkley and Fritz. And we have Maximilian Calabrese out here in his frame running in lane 8. That's a really interesting modified device. It has like the front of like a bicycle. Yeah, really incredible. That was Alex Brown with a 21-2-1 for the win, the University of Alabama athlete. Wait for the scores to cycle back around here. It was a 45-86 for Calabrese in the frame runner. Binkley was second there in 23-14. Casaldi third, 24-51. Duncan fourth, 25-17. And then Calabrese 45-86 in the frame runner out there in lane 8. We move next to section 2 of the 100-meter wheelchair. In lane 3, we have Luke Bowman of the University of Michigan competing as a T54 classification. Lane 4, we have Jonathan Osborne, also of the University of Michigan, competing as the T34. Lane 5, we have Vedant Mishra competing for grit. We saw him last night in most of the seated throws, competing as a T53. In 6th, we have Jonathan Wiesner competing unattached as a T90. In 7, we have Colton Pojeda, grit, competing as a T54. And in lane 8, we have Charlie Rule from the University of Arizona competing as a T33 classification today. Pojeda has a listed time here as 20.66. Everybody else is entered as a no time. Feel like I saw Wiesner throw pretty well last night, so we'll watch him here, see if some of that throws prowess transfers over to the wheelchair today. Next race up is section 2 of the 100-meter wheelchair division. All right, we look all set down here. All right. Starter has the race in his hands. There's 7 down there, so. And we're off. Early action is out in lane 9. Not on our heat sheet, lane 9, so not quite sure who this is or how to identify. We'll get a beat on who that is in 9 later. At 6 is Jonathan Wiesner, the second there in lane 6. We had lane 3. That was Luke Bowman, University of Michigan. We continue to have competitors come across. Get some readings on the times here. First place 1798, but we don't have that athlete's identity yet. Wiesner was second. We'll wait for this to cycle back around to get the finish time. The second place is Wiesner 1923. Third Bowman 1947. Fourth Pojeda 20.54. Fifth Osborne 20.99. Sixth Mishra 28.36. Seventh was Rule in 31.09. Not sure who the late ad was there, so we'll figure that out. 1798 on the top end of that race. All right, next up we are going to have the 800 meters after a brief break. So we are due to start the 800. So it looks like we're behind. We may, stop these athletes get up here. We'll begin first with the ambulatory half mile. We have one section of the ambulatory half mile, and then we have two sections of the wheelchair 800. So we'll pause here as these athletes come down the track and prepare to start the 800 at the common line right in front of our announcing. So before we shift to this 800, we are going to have the 100 meters of the heptathlon. So this is a unique event, the heptathlon. It is not contested normally at adaptive meets, but the University of Michigan, because Coach Sullins here is an ex-decathlete, they wanted to throw in a multi-event option. So the events contested, most of these athletes contested the shot put, the discus, and the javelin yesterday, although some of them did the shot put or discus today. And then running wise, to complete the heptathlon, we have the 100, the 200, the 400, and the 1500. So 7 events. We have a number of competitors here. I'm going to cycle back to our. Here we go. We got. This is looking like real close there between Tanner May and Matthew Gordon. We're going to have to wait on that one as athletes continue to come across, gather points toward their heptathlon. See some of our amputees there above the knee, prosthetic runners competing. We'll wait for this to cycle back to see who got that one. That was pretty close. Gordon gets it in 11:34. May 2nd, 11:36. Easterday 3rd in 13:06. Charest 4th, 13:15. Masano 5th in 16:14. Morgan Sherman 6th in 16:24. And Brandon 7th in 17.29. Now, obviously, that is all part of the multi-event competitions that are going on. So very cool to see all these athletes competing in the multis here. All right, so those will be included in the heptathlon scores. And now we will move on to the 800 meters. Cycle through to our 800 meter information here. We're going to start with the ambulatory men's race. So we don't have any women competing in the 800 meter ambulatory. All right. So before this 800, we have an announcement in the stadium that there's a children's 100 meter fun run. They're just asking if any kids want to pop out of the stands and do this. So let's go. Uh, I think Carson should pop out of the stands and do this. Our producer, he's over here shooting it on camera. I mean, it might go unrecorded if you go do it, but I mean, I'm a child at heart. I think I could. I could. Yeah, we ran a coaches 100 last summer. It was pretty ugly. I didn't beat very many people. Yeah, yeah, it's tough when you get a little older. I'm a child at heart though, and if nobody wants to show up to the children's 100, I feel like I need to represent childish people everywhere. I mean, you gotta call. Let's see if any kids are jogging down here. I don't see any on the camera right now. So we'll keep the camera on this to make some certain if anybody wants to show up to run the hundo. I see a dad walking down here with a couple of his kids now. So we'll no times or anything for this, but we'll see if we got some little ones walking out there. Let's go. We're gonna we're gonna let the children's fun run develop here for a second and sign off for just a minute. All right, the kids have arrived from the stands. They're ready to blaze this 100. We're gonna see which kid's the fastest kid in the stands. Who showed up in the schoolyard just to smoke everybody in the 100 dash today? Somewhere there was a little kid that was like, "I got this. I'm gonna put some fire down this track today." All right. When I was a little kid, my dad and I would just sit and bet on that kind of stuff. Like not any money. We would just try to pick who was gonna win. I can't see well enough, but I'm just gonna randomly pick lane 4. Of course, my kid. I think that's 4. I think that's who I pick. Can't pick my kid. I don't know if that's lane 4. Kid in the Michigan shirt. All right, I'm going with light blue shirt. Carson's going with the Michigan shirt. Is that a yellow shirt down there? Okay, I can't see. Oh, next to. All right, I'm rooting for lane 4, man. This is I used to wonder as a kid like why my dad would always pick lane 5, and I'd be like lane 8. Like seemed like he won a lot of the time. Learning lessons is like a 4-year-old. He didn't bother to tell me that there was like a method to this thing. Now, of course, these kids just arrived out of the stand, so yeah, it took me a while. Once I realized, I was like, Dad, come on, really?
Taking candy from a
I know
baby.
you're
That's
taking
what it
candy from a
is.
child,
Yeah.
not telling me how this all works. There's seating.
I guess I'll
All
come on
right,
for
all
some
right.
commentary.
Uh-oh. I think Carson's kiddo might have a shot here. Uh-oh.
Oh,
I got lane 4.
yes.
Carson's kiddo is gonna take this thing. This guy right out of the
Let's
stands.
go.
My guy was 3rd, man.
Yeah.
That's good.
He just saw the gap
Yeah.
that was formed and just mailed it in.
I know, man. We got our little guy coming in. Yeah. All good spirit there, Get all the little kids to show up and run.
Waiting on the time here.
Yeah, we're trying to get our timer to figure out. Looks like 17:38 for the kid in the Michigan.
Yeah.
University of Michigan wins this one too. All right, that's pretty good for an impromptu hundo.
Yeah, not bad.
But he's showing up, having some fun at the track. Again, it fits with the inclusive mission of the meet, just to let everybody touch track and field, no matter who you are, how old, how young, how able-bodied, how disabled. Like all people are represented here at the Miller Family Open. So again, that's a tribute to the vision of the family, Miller family that's sponsoring the meet, and to the adaptive track and field program here at the University of Michigan. So such a unique event. Everybody's super pumped to see all the different types of athletes competing out here today. We are gonna shift now, I believe. Yeah, we got the starter coming down here. I believe we're shifting out to the 800 meters. So we'll pause for a second here as everybody gets situated. We're gonna begin with the ambulatory half mile. They just opened the track here for some compensator setting for the 800 meters for the wheelchair athletes. So we'll take a break here as those athletes get out here and make sure that they've got their turns all set. For those of you that don't know, obviously, like when you're in a sport chair, the compensator helps with the turn, but every single track is different. Uh, if you pay attention to tracks, some tracks are real narrow, have real tight turns, some have real wide turns. So the compensator setting is that time to really calibrate your chair for the turns. So outside of the obvious pushing of these sport chairs, you have the steering, which is a vital component. Wheelchair racers have to know how to handle their sport chairs on a track, and that is a definite huge part of the skill here. So you got the fitness, the skill, all kind of combined when you get into these around the track wheelchair races. So always an exciting part. Just to watch how people pass, how they tactically play it when races are close. Uh, Definitely, one thing I would compare it to would be to a Tour de France racer, a professional bike racer. They have to be able to handle their bike in a lot of different settings. Some guys aren't very good downhill. Some guys aren't really good going downhill. So there's lots of different skill when you have you're working with a piece of gear, not just ambulatory. So yeah, we'll let those guys get their compensators set. I can see our ambulatory half mile walking down here now. So perhaps we're gonna get that going. We'll see. Recognize a couple of our familiar faces from earlier races today. You definitely see McKenny Tenney coming down the track. He's run in the 5,000 and the 1,500. Also see Francis Anzaldi the third. He competed earlier in the 1,500 and set a 3-second personal best. He's competing as a teacher. Um, you know, it looks like Ben Blumond is a scratch. He did the 5,000 meter race walk earlier today. And I do not see Peter Kim. So it looks like we're just going to have Anzaldi and Tenney here in the ambulatory half mile. All right. And we take our start here in the ambulatory 800 meters. And they're off. Anzaldi right to the lead, followed by McKenny Tenney. Anzaldi to the lead. McKenny Tenney is about the hardest working man in show business. I'll tell you that right now. This is race 3. At least each race has gotten shorter for McKenny. He started with a 5K at 10 o'clock this morning. Now he's run the 1,500.
Where he's sprinted with 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, no, he's. I wonder if he's in the quarter. I mean, strikes me as the kind of guy that probably is in the quarter. He's been the diehard of this meet today. McKenny has.
He is in the quarter.
We have confirmation that McKenny is also coming into the 400 meters. So, the true Ironman, he is going to do the most distance in this meet today. There's always somebody that's that guy, McKenny's that guy today at the meet. Much admiration. Got it. And Zaldi hits the quarter at 82 seconds. 1 to go. Kenny looking good here for his third race of the day. He's right on 6-minute pace. He's 90 seconds at the quarter mile. So and Zaldi has been on solid pace. I mean, he on 240 pace, or roughly near it, 245 pace at the 400 meters. See McKenny coming down the backstretch toward us. And here comes Anzaldi at 200 meters to go. I mean, I don't know about my friends in the booth here, but I mean the 800 is shorter, but it hurts. It's like a compressed hurt. It's like taking like a 5K and putting all of the pain into like 2.5 minutes.
300 meters, really.
Yeah, it's just it's a brutal race. Everybody who's ever run it all out knows what I mean.
Get about
it's the reason
550 in.
Yeah, it's the reason that distance runners laugh at sprinters who don't want to run the 400.
Yeah,
they're like, have you ever met the 800? Because the 800 is like, it's just dreadful. It's just such it's like feeling your whole body die somewhere around the 600 meter mark and having 200 meters to go. And Zaldi with a really strong time today, though. 256, 257 there. We'll get the official here in a second. And McKenny Tenney in his third race of the day. Solid time. 307. And Zaldi wins in 257.07. And then Tenney second here in 307.15. All right. So that was a good double there for Francis Inzaldi the third. He'd run the 1500 earlier today in a lifetime best. So good performances by him today. All right, now our wheelchair racers are coming down the track. We're gonna move next into 800-meter wheelchair. Our women. Maria Valle here. This is she told me earlier. This is her prime event. Her love affair is not with the 100. She still really loves the 800 meters. So she'll be in here in one. Maria is competing as the T34 athlete for the University of Michigan. Lane 2, we have Adelia. Catch her affiliation. Adelia Borgmeyer. She's classified as a T54. No seed time here, so she's competing unattached in the U20 Open. And then in position 3 here, lane 3, we have Micaiah Green. She's out of the University of Cincinnati, I believe. She's competing as a T90.
So I actually have a really good question here.
Yeah.
So when you can do it at the start of a wheelchair event, what cannot be across the line? Because it looks like their wheels are right on the line.
Yes.
But what if it's over?
I have an answer to that question. So that the finish is judged at the middle of the wheel on the chair. It's not judged at the front of the wheel. So
Interesting.
the middle of the wheel would be what can't be across the start line. So
Oh,
the same way that a distance athlete could foot fault by having a foot across the line, they could have the front half of their wheel across the line, but not the full wheel. As you can see, they're halfway through the wheel on the line.
I
there.
see. Okay. Because
So,
yes, that's what I was looking at.
yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
Karsten asking a very good question. That's Borgmeyer out to the early lead here.
it's something I've never really thought about until now.
So you take the time as the timer mic over there is taking it on the middle.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not at the tip of the wheel. In the way same way you would see it in cycling. Cycling, it goes the very tip of the wheel is the front. So Borgmeyer to a very quick lead here. Now we see Green kind of coming down there into second, and then Maria Valle into third.
She's moving.
Yeah, she's
oh my
really
god.
strong here. Yeah. We're gonna catch Borgmeyer coming out of this curve. She's very good athlete. Competing unattached here is the T54 classification. Like hit the compensator, yeah. Talked to Maria earlier today. She's really hoping to be around 3 minutes today in this half mile. She's never broken 3. Great split here. 67, 68 seconds for Adelia Borgmeyer. Yeah. Hard to catch all 3 athletes because they're very different speeds going on here. We'll try to do our best. Borgmeyer now is going down the back stretch. And we're going to catch, this is Green coming through at 91 seconds through the 400 meters. And then Maria Valle coming through at 98 seconds with 400 meters to go. Meanwhile, we have Borgmeyer already is through the 600 meters. We're going to stay with her now through the end of the race and then come back and catch our other 2 athletes.
She was like 145 there at 600.
Yeah, 145 at the 600. So just hit 2 flat on the clock. Strong race here by Adelia Borgmeyer. She's going to take the win here. 2:15 and some change. Again, competing as a T54. See if we can catch our other 2 athletes here. They're both over by the 600 meters, so we'll see. Valle is like making a little headway toward catching Micaiah Green here, but we'll see if this race comes together any. Valet definitely making some progress here toward green. We could have an interesting race here in this stretch drive. Obviously, green's going to see the line here 100 meters out and, feel that. But Valet is coming. Don't know if she's going to have quite enough distance, Maria Valet, to make this up. Looks like Micaiah Green is going to be second here. Although all three athletes compete in different classifications, we're going to see Green right around 321, and then Maria Valet be right at 324. Well, the Green was Valet 324.56. Borgmeyer takes the win in 215.92. Green second in 320.83. So again, all three, as is typical here at the Miller Family Open, we have three athletes in the same race that actually aren't in the same race because they're all three in different classifications.
So doing a little bit of research here on Borgmeyer.
Yeah.
She is a junior in high school.
Okay.
She's run 210.
So 210. Yeah.
She's gone 210. In the wheelchair 800. That's just wild.
Yeah. No, she clearly is at a pretty amazing level.
Hold on. She's gone 934 in the 3200 wheelchair.
2 miles. Yeah.
428 in the 1600.
I've noticed in
That's
doing
impressive.
some of the wheelchair stuff before that some of the more elite females will push kind of like what like an elitish male distance runner in high school.
Yeah.
I've also seen some of the men up at Glassa, sub 2. All right, so our second our men's 800 here. We have Brandon Binkley of Grit. He's a T90 classification. He went in lane 1 there. And then we have Eamon Castaldi. Try to grab Eamon's affiliation here. Eamon is with which university? He's with University of Cincinnati. Okay, so we're through the 200 meters. Eamon is competing here today as a T53. Binkley comes in with a seed time of 3:17.13. And then no time for Eamon Castaldi. See who we have in the lead here once they come by our position. And again, one of the things that I've always enjoyed about wheelchair racing is, this is Binkley taking he's about 92 seconds at the quarter. So real good pace. But one of the things I've noticed about wheelchair racing, especially watching some of the younger athletes do it in high school, is just the way you build muscle over time. It's just like any other maturation process. It's so hard for the high school aged athletes to have the upper body bulk.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Notwithstanding the just the handling skill.
But I feel like it's you got to have the right mix of it too. It's not like it's not like hey, I could go in and bench like a 250 pounds and be good. I mean, you add the muscle mass, you're
there's also
weighing down your air
in it too.
Yeah.
There's still gravity involved. There's still mass matters too. You still have to push all the mass. So
yeah.
It's like any track event. It's what makes it so exciting that the 800, the 1500 in the wheelchair divisions, it's just a specific combination of body type and skill. All right, so Binkley continues to lead here. He was 92 seconds through the 400. Binkley here is finishing. We're going to see if he can get under 3 minutes. The clock just hit 2:50. So not sure we're going to be under 2 minutes. Definitely tailed off a little bit. But pretty close. This is going to be about an even split. 92-92, 304. Makes any distance coach proud. Yeah, we have Eamon Castaldi here from the University of Cincinnati coming now down the track as well. He's going to be in the mid 320s through the line here for Eamon. Looking at 324. So waiting on final times here. Binkley 304.09, Castaldi 324.48. All right, we just had a call in the stadium for the 200 meters. That'll be coming up soon here. Scheduled to start at 3:35 Eastern time. That's in 4 minutes. So we were a little bit behind, and now we've caught up during the half mile here. So we'll take a pause here as we wait for the 200 meters to arrange itself over at the start line. We'll be back here in just a second with the 200 meters. Ambulatory first, then wheelchair following that.
This is the 200 here. Section 1. This is going to be our athlete out here in 5. Great run in there for them. Really good time. We'll have to see here in a second.
24.78 by Jones.
78.
Freebird again, 26.98. Again, she runs from local high school here. She is like,
Yeah, she runs at Saline High School, which is not in Ann Arbor, but
close though, right?
in the area, I think. I'm looking that up.
We saw
Yeah,
Saline on the
it's
way in
just
here,
south. Yeah. It's actually just looks like a smaller town. Not really, actually. It looks small compared to Ann Arbor.
Real good track program there.
Yeah,
That's been
definitely.
for years. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they got a good program there for sure.
All right, lining up here is the section 2 of the women's ambulatory 200. We have Madison Haas in lane 3 running for Glassa, 7 classification. Lane 4, Elizabeth Wooler, also of Glassa, in a T64 classification. Lane 5, Annalise Parika of Glassa, T36 classification. Lane 7, we have Alyssa So, running unattached, an able-bodied athlete. In lane 8, we have Heidi Kramer. She's a T37. Let's see which university she's running for. Sorry, it's cut off on my sheet. Let's see here. Kramer runs for the University of Michigan. So she will go in lane 8. So the lane 3 and lane 8, those are both T37 classifications. So they're actually in the same class. Everybody else kind of mixed in here to give us competitive heat. Our webcam here, we can see at least the starts of lanes 3, 4, and 5. Clean start. See them in the curve now. Looks like lane 4 there out of the curve, although very close, lanes 4 and 5. Lane 4, that looks like it's Elizabeth Wooler. Lassa. Single leg prosthetic here. Lassa there in 4 and 5. 3, 4, and 5, actually. Good showing. Madison Haas, we've seen her a number of times today. That's Heidi Kramer there in lane 8. Go to the times here. First there, Wooler 34.1. Parika second, 36.15. Haas third in 36.61. Kramer fourth in 44.2. We switch over now to the ambulatory men's 200. We have 4 sections here today. The men get themselves arranged. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see. We do have a single section of section 4. He may be part of the multis, and they have to run 2 there. So there's 4 sections listed, but at least 1, maybe 2 of these sections are included as the heptathlon. So we will pay attention to that. In Heat 1 here, we have Martez Davis, able-bodied athlete running unattached. Lane 2, we have Jacob Patricia. Jacob runs for the University of Michigan. No designation listed for him. Let's see if there's he's listed as able-bodied. So lane 3, Blake Shea, also able-bodied athlete, unattached. Lane 4, Davian Blacknell, unattached, able-bodied athlete. Lane 5, again, we have Jaden Blackwell, unattached, but competing in the T38 designation. We've seen him a couple times today. Lane 6, we have Mason Phillips, attached, an able-bodied athlete. Lane 7, Olawai Olan Rewaju, unattached, and an able-bodied athlete. In lane 8, we have Ted Stanley, unattached, able-bodied athlete. You see these guys come down the final straightaway here. We kind of close the middle of the track. Look to be Blackwell, Jaden Blackwell again. Shown his quality multiple times today. Takes the win out of lane 5, 21-1-8. That's a heck of a time. Phillips 21-22, Shia 22-36. 21-18, that's a heck of a time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, New Jersey. Shea third and 22-36. Stanley fourth, 24-06. Davis fifth, 25-78. Yeah. We're going to turn our attention now to Heat 2, starting to line up over at the 200-meter start. Bit more of our Paralympic classified athletes going here. In lane 1, we have Anthony Montgomery with from Athletes Without Borders. Lane 2, James Mitchell Perrell, unattached, but he's running as the Virtus 2-1 ID. Lane 3, we have Cooper Shane of Grit. He's running with a T36 classification. Lane 4, Daniel Figueroa running for the University of Alabama as a T44. Lane 5, Owen Mordyke of Glassa. So we saw some of their female sprinters run pretty well. He's going out of 5 as a T63. Lane 7, we have Austin Spala from San Diego State University as the T35. And lane 8, we have Connor Pierce. Pierce, I believe, is from the University of Michigan. Yeah, as a T36. We saw him at 100 earlier today. So this is a great demonstration, again, of the Miller Family Open. We have Shane in 3 and Pierce in 8 are both T36s, but everybody else in every other lane is in a different classification. So, again, this mission to bring, make sport inclusive and to create like this atmosphere of inclusion so these athletes are not running solitary races alone. This is a great example of that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different classifications in this one heat of the 200. You can see them coming out of the curve. We'll get a better view as they hit the straightaway. It looks like 1, which is kind of uncommon. Pretty good race though. It looks like 1 and 6. Now it looks like 6 taking over. Maybe a 7. Yeah, it looks like 7.
San Diego State.
Yeah, it's Aston Spalla out of lane 7 with the win. We saw Anthony Montgomery in lane 1, second. Pierce coming in. Really, really diverse array of athletes in that one. We'll go to the board here, start to get some of our results. So first was 25:58. That's Spalla. Okay. Sorry, there was no one listed in lane 6. Lane 6 was the win there. Sorry, our apologies. There was nobody listed on the heat sheet in 6. Somebody snuck in there to figure out who that was. Montgomery second, 26.70. Spalla third, 27.52. Figueroa fourth, 27.80. Burrell fifth, 28.20. Here's 6th, 31.76. Shane 7th, 33.90. Mordike 8th, 34.52. Figured out that was Donnan in lane 1. Or not lane 6. That was Timothy Donnan. Competes out of San Diego State University. He's also a T35. So he and Austin Spala, same division. Yeah. All right, we're going to turn now toward, I believe, this may be, let's see who this is. What's going on here? We got potentially some heptathletes. This could be Jack Easterday. I'm not sure. What's going on here. Looks like it should be our heptathlete heat out of the curve. We'll figure that out as we go.
This is gonna be fast too here.
Looks like some of our able-bodied athletes here. I don't know. That was lane 6. That was Matthew Gordon of the Michigan Track Club.
Is that the
Dylan Shoresh finishing second there, also wearing his Michigan stuff.
Is this our hep athletes?
These are our heptathletes. Yeah, for sure. Looks like some of them did not make it to the start line. Would not allow them to finish the heptathlon. I think we had more athletes in the heptathlon. 100. So we'll tease that out a little bit here.
23:05.
Who's who there?
We got another race.
We may have Jack Easterday running alone over here. If we can catch anybody over the 200-meter start line. They have not left over there yet. So there was one athlete, Jack Easterday, listed in section 4, all by his lonesome. A bunch of lanes went used that one. So not quite sure who isn't running, who should be at this spot. So we'll see if they run another heat here of the 200, because we do have one listed. If they don't, we're going to be moving toward our 200-meter wheelchair athletes.
Which what? Yeah, it looks like.
Did this get an official start? No, this is like calibration. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have Amelia Gwynn coming up here from Texas, and then Divya Harkema from Grit. They're kind of going all the way around the track back to the start. So our wheelchair athletes are using this as an opportunity here. We'll play them as they go around. They can also use this as an opportunity to to calibrate their chairs for the turn. 200 does involve the turn. Get their compensators all set. See them tinkering with their gear as they come through the line here. Again, that angle on the turn is going to be crucial. The 3 heats total of the wheelchair 200. We're going to have 2 heats of the women, followed by one heat of the men. So we have 3 wheelchair heats here of the 2. That's going right into the heptathlon 1500. Yeah, which would be a kind of just after. So we rest of the schedule today, we have these wheelchair hundreds, heptathlon 1500 to finish that, and then we are going to have and be into our 400-meter racing. We have 4 heats of the ambulatory 400, and then 4 heats of the wheelchair 400, and then to close out our day, buddy's favorite event, the universal relay, which we'll talk get over get to that. All right, well, the wheelies take the stage here. And our first girls kind of coming over to the start line. We're still waiting here as some of our athletes still get their compensator results that make sure that they're okay to go in. All right, it looks like we are advancing forward now to get like everybody at their start positions for these 200-meter wheelchair heats. Still a lot of like some athletes around the track at compensators set. So crucial. You see the small army of sports chairs assembling over there at the 200-meter dash mark. It's kind of cool to see everybody waiting their turn and ready on the track. Yeah, we got the whole army of chairs and helpers and officials, and obviously, anytime you have more than just the athlete, when you have precision gear, there's other can be other people that help to make that gear work at its optimal levels as well. So shout out to all the parents and technicians and people that get these sports chairs to perform at the level that these athletes deserve. That's true, throughout a lot of this community. You start talking to people, you hear a lot of experts in this community about prosthetic devices, about wheelchairs, about sport chairs, and things like that. So very much, if you're a bit of a gearhead, the adaptive track and field is kind of a fun thing. All right, we're starting to line up here for Heat 1. To be Amelia Gwynn in 1 and Divya Harkema of Grit in 2. See them lined up on the backstretch. All right, here we go. Women's 200-meter wheelchair, section 1. About to take the track here. See everybody getting arranged on the screen here. We're Amelia had been working on getting her compensator right. She did an extra lap here. Now she had paused for a second. Now she's up here on the start line. All right. Looks like we have the all go. And they're off. Like Gwyn off to quicker start here. So we can see them down there in the curve by the Michigan track and field sign. This is Gwyn in 1. Rolling now. Halfway down our straightaway. Wait for her to enter our view here. This is going to be Amelia Gwynn taking section 1. We'll have to wait on the time. Somewhere around 49.50 seconds for Amelia. We have Divya still coming in lane 2. Harkema. He'll be coming into view here soon. There's Divya. Be right around 113. Get official. And Gwyn is the winner there in 49.75. Harkema second in 113.48. Second heat will now be arranging itself over there. You can see everybody almost ready. We have Amy Zeiber of Glassa in 1, competing as a T54. Guessing we're also going to see all of our University of Cincinnati women back from the 100 meters to this. Spreadsheet here. Make sure I get our designation correct. Gun. Yeah, we're gonna have our University of Cincinnati ladies in. This is Green is Micaiah Green in 2, Lydia Yax in 3, Logan Cover in 4, Allison Thurman unattached in 5, Kendall Walker in 6. Lanes 2 through 6 are all U90 or T90 classifications. This is also Borgmeyer was added into this, so that was real fast. You can see our athletes start to come into view here. Borgmeyer, very high level athlete. Gonna see that was Green there in second. Lydia Yax third. Logan Cover in 4th there. Still have Amy Zeiber from Glassa coming in 1. Six. It looks to be Kendall Walker of the Grit team. Kendall in 6. And then Allison Thurman is in lane 5. Oh, quick time by Borgmeyer. 32.53 for Borgmeyer. Green second, 45.18. Yax third, 47.16. Cover fourth, 50.83. Cyber fifth, 101.81. Walker sixth, 113.74. And Thurman seventh at 20.86. Now we will turn to our men. We have but one heat, and this is a tough heat. We have 8 men here. Flip over to 200 men, the wheelchair here. All right. So in one, we have Zachary Carter from the University of Alabama competing as a T54. In two, Alex Brown, University of Alabama, competing as a T53. In three, Luke Bowman, that's the University of Michigan Adaptive, competing as a T54. With the race is off. Let's finish the field here. In four, Jonathan Osborne. In five, Vedant Mishra. In six, Jonathan Wiesner. Seven, Colton Pojeda. And eight, Charlie Rule. Those are our fields. Again, a nice mix of classifications here. Looks like Zachary Carter in lane one is out in front. It's coming through. Although we have a late charge, this is going to be close at the line, and it's gonna go to 6. Jonathan Wiesner from behind after a nice start by Carter tracked him down in the last straightaway. Spirited race there. Two different classifications, of course. Wiesner competes as a T90, whereas Carter competes as a T54. So same race, different classification. Well, as we await the times, we have lane 5 here still finishing. That's Vedant Mishra. And lane 8, Charlie Rule, University of Arizona. Wiesner took that 34.71. Carter second, 35.10. Bowman third, 35.77. Brown fourth, 39.14. Osborne real close in fifth, 39.16. Ojeda, 41.56. Mishra, 104.25. And Rule, 108.62. So real close in there. It was a come from behind race. As we shift now to our Heptathlon 1500, which should be getting assembled on this backstretch. So we're going to throw the backstretch camera on here and wait for the 1500 athletes to come over to that. Take a quick pause as we wait for this 1500 athlete to arrange itself. So we're off and running in this heptathlon 1500. It's every multi-event athlete's favorite event. You know, you want to do 6 events and then have to finish with a 1500. Not quite catch the hip numbers falling off. I think that's Tanner May from University of Michigan. Don't see competitor numbers on any of these guys, so yeah, we'll have to figure these out as we go. We may have to zoom in and figure it out. A couple guys like coming. I think it's Tanner May out in front. Here he is coming through at 500 meters into the race. Try to pick out some. You may want to yell down to him. Because try to identify these guys off their competitor numbers. Nobody has a hip number on, so we're a little hard to identify here. All right, so Sharesh just hit the 800 at 224, 225. So at a 450-mile pace. That's Tanner May here in second. So we have Dylan Sharesh continues to lead. He's going to have 1 lap to go here when he hits the line. So able-bodied athletes competing in the heptathlon across these 2 days. So again, the heptathlon here included the shot put, the discus, the javelin, the 100, the 200, the 400, and the 1500. Suresh takes the bell at 326, so solid pace. I mean, he's running under 440-mile pace. We're kind of spread out here, so we'll catch Suresh a little bit. Here he is coming through at 300 meters to go at 344. Got Tanner May coming in second here. He's going to have 1 lap to go at 4:15, 4:16. Definitely looks like he's having the time of his life. Another Michigan athlete here. And we'll keep it in this straightaway, Cam, as we have Dylan Sharesh is going to finish here. It's going to be a solid time. 4:37 for the 1500. So sub 5-minute mile there. Or at least the sub 5-minute mile pace. We'll now catch our other athletes. They are down this back stretch. This is bib 50, so we think this is Tanner May here. Everybody loving the 1500 this time of day. You know, it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, kind of hot. 7th event, everybody's dream. You watch a major international decathlon, you'll see all the decathletes laying on the ground like they're shot after after the 10th event. So definitely some version of what these guys are feeling right now. All right, we got Tanner Mays finished, and this is Matt Gordon finishing here. It's 1500 in 609. All right, up next, we're going to have the wheelchair version of the 1500 meter multi. So this will be the heptathlon finisher for our wheelchair competitors. So we'll give them some moments to arrange themselves on the backstretch. Got our officials walking across the field here, making it seem as if this 1500 meter heat is not going to happen, or maybe they're just getting a drink. I don't know. We're going to read the tea leaves of what these officials are doing. I do not see any of our wheelchair athletes out here getting ready for the 1500, though. So I'm guessing that not too many people are finishing this multis competition, at least in. I mean, if the 1500 is part of it, we don't have many. Yeah, this could be the 1500. We'll see if these guys just didn't know. Yeah, it looks like the officials were just walking over here. And maybe didn't remember that there was another heat here. Yeah, this is definite Jonathan Wiesner. We saw him earlier. So yeah, we are gonna have this 1500 heat. The officials need to walk back over there. We're gonna fire this off. So we will get a conclusion to the heptathlon for these few athletes who again checking their compensators, making sure they're ready to go. Looks like all four athletes have appeared here. So we'll be on this 1500 here soon. We'll put our camera over on the start line and we'll be on that soon as soon as everybody gets their compensators all ready to go.
All right, and we are underway now. The 1500 wheelchair. We got 4 athletes in this. So we'll try and get identification who this is now. We are one runner. I think that's Luke Bowman. Yeah, Luke Bowman here, your leader right now from Michigan. 1500. They're already a lap in. Second here is starting to catch up to Bowman. Bowman out to a hot start, but talked about this earlier. That I mean, drafting in this thing is key, and that's what this athlete in second is doing right now. As he's about to pass curve and move into the lead here. He's really taken it to Bowman now. This looks to be Jonathan Wiesman. Wiesman now your leader. He was doing about 210 there for the first 800 of that. As he's extended his lead now to about 40-ish meters. A little bit over, maybe closer to 50. Wiesman still leading here. No lap now. 21 at 1100 meters. And this is Osborne now, and then Bowman. Oh, oh no! It looks like we had an athlete fall over in his wheelchair. Oh, um, yeah. I mean, I think that Wiesman there was looking to help out that athlete any way that he could because he's now let this race get closer. He was over there for a little bit. I was looking for where he went. Yeah, no, sorry, just caught that. Yeah, no, I hope that's okay. Or I think that was Vedant Mishra. Uh, one that went down there. So hope everything's okay with him. As this will be Wiesman, but my guess is he's gonna go over to the other side there. Yeah, he's already beelining over there. It looks like. Yeah, the field looks to be heading over towards uh, Mishra here to make sure that he's okay. Yeah, definitely. Wheelchair's back up. He is back into it. Yeah. Yeah, no, a good situation there for sure. As the rest of the field now is over there. All right, the 400s are now on the track.
Athletes to the first universal relay. First.
We have the 400 and then the universal relay, if I'm correct, and then we're done. If I'm here we are getting ready now. 400 meters. Away. This is the 400 meter. We're out strong there. It won. At E there. Vivian Mills. No, that looks to be our athlete that we added in. Right? And this is going to be Addie Teague there, your winner. Around 63 seconds. Really good run there. Have Vivian Mills here, second place athlete. here. And here we are. Got our final athlete in the picture. Lanaya Richard running there. The D third. Richard not section 2. Good scratch. And this is section 2. Good start from forerunner Jaden Blackwell, who comes in with a C time of 48 seconds. And this one, he was our athlete that won 21-1 in the 200 meter. So fantastic athlete in his own right. As he is going around the curve here on this one. Eric from the Garden State Track Club, competing in the T38 classification here. He's now on the home stretch, powering home here. It does not look like final 400 meters or 100 meters there is phasing him that much. Yeah, that's 48 point. It looked like. We're gonna have our 48.87. Oh my gosh, for Blackwell. And there is second there. 3, that is Lucas Hernandez. And then that looked to be James Peril. So good stuff there. Yes. McKenny Tinney in this one as lane 6. He is running in his final event of the day, the 400. He's already in the 5K, the 15, the 8, and the 400. After this, we'll have one more race. Here are section 2 up there, and 9 it looks, or maybe that's 8. Anthony Montgomery. Anthony Montgomery really well here. He comes up with a note on this one. Pretty fast. Maybe under 60 seconds. Is 51, 52, 53's on the clock. It looks like he'll be right over 60 seconds, but made a good push for it. Yep, 61 seconds there for Anthony. That looks to be Sam Winter there. Yeah, McKenny Penny finishes off his day. He did. No, I know. I'm trying to think of how much mileage he did today. Yeah. 7,700 meters. He did 4.8 miles of running today. Did Tenny. Awesome. Oh, we have another heat of this. I apologize. I thought we were done, but we have one more heat now. And we're underway here. And these are our multis athletes. May, Shores, and Gordon in this one. That's Gordon out there, out in the lead. Good identity here in a second. Yep, that is Shores. Or sorry, Gordon, my bad. Gordon out there for this one out in 6. And here we are. It's gonna be not Gordon actually. Gordon takes second to Shores or Tanner May. No, I don't think that's
Okay, we're moving now to wheelchair divisions of the 400 meters. We have 4 races remaining here in the wheelchair 400. We're starting with the women before we move to our final event, which is the universal relay. So this first heat here is we have our again our wheelchair racers kind of working out their compensators. Uh, Heat one's going to have Devia Harkema from Grit as a T33 competitor in lane one. Lane two is going to be Maria Valle of the University of Michigan, T34 competitor. Lane three is Amelia Gwynn of Texas. Lane four, Amy Cyber of Glassa, the T54 classification. And then lane five and six, we're going to have two more of our University of Cincinnati athletes. We have Lydia Yax, and in five, Logan Cover, and six, both are in the T90 class. That'll be heat one of the chair 400 meters. See our athletes continuing to warm up around the track. What? Right, we have one lining up here, as previously announced. Looks like all competitors are here, save Amy Zyber. Glassa in lane four is not. So heat one of the. Oh, nope, I don't think that's. She figured out not her. The other Heat's following, kind of arriving after. Collision there. All right, we're getting arranged here ahead of heat 1 of our wheelchair 400 meters. All right, here we go. Clean start. Start to see our field come into view here. They come through the 100-meter mark. Looking like that might be Amelia Gwynn of Texas in 3. Close race. Lydia Yax outside of her in 5. So spirited race down the backstretch between those two. Maria Valle hanging in as well. This is actually a pretty even race. Again, these main competitors going across classifications. Still a fairly even race down in the curve. Looks like might have a little advantage out to Yax in 5. But Gwynn is still there to her inside. This is a good race. Very even with 100 meters to go. Now it's Yax pulling ahead. And Gwynn fights back on the inside. Close race. Close race. Here comes Gwynn. Into the line. It looks like Gwynn is going to pull the come from behind effort. Lane 3. Strong race. Maria Valle finishes 3rd out of lane 2. Logan Cover, University of Cincinnati in 6. And we still have Divya Harkema out here in lane 1. Just coming into view now at 100 meters to go. And here's Divya Harkema. Good finish. Let's see if we can get the times here now that Divya's finished. Gwynn takes the win in 141.10. Yak second, 141.56. Falat third, 146.13. Cover fourth, 155.70. Harkema fifth, 241.22. We move to Heat 2. Of Allison Thurman in 1 as a T90. Dahlia Borgmeyer, we've seen numerous times. She's in lane 3. Is a T54. And then we have Kendall Walker in lane 5. Competing for the Grit team, also a T90. Borgmeyer's been one of the more exciting athletes to watch here today. Very, very powerful athlete.
Yeah, no, it's insane what she's done today.
Yeah, very tough. As we get our final heat of the women arranged here, it's our last women's race of the day. We will have the universal relay coming up. But other than that, this is the last section today for our women.
Easily the coolest name in track and field for an event, the Universal Relay.
I'm gonna explain to you in a second what the rules are for the universal relay, and then you're gonna know it, man.
Yeah.
I had to reiterate Eric just a bit. I'll explain it in between races.
Borgmeyer.
Yeah.
Strong already.
Yeah, she really killing it. I mean,
She's got 61 seconds.
The start is so hard on these chair races. I mean,
Mhm.
building no momentum. Once you get rolling, you can really get going here.
Especially on the curve too.
There's
right?
Borgmeyer going down the back stretch. You can see our other competitors starting to round the curve. We'll catch Borgmeyer first, and then we'll come back and grab a video of our other two competitors. She's already through the 200 in about 35 seconds. We'll see her in the north curve here, competing out of lane 3. Again, she's a T54 classification. Her third win today. Obviously, she's not always competing against athletes in her class, so the classifications do matter here. Borgmeyer taking the win in about 66 seconds. We'll wait for her time. We'll zoom back to our other competitors here.
She closed in about 11 seconds there for her.
11 seconds for the last 100 on Borgmeyer. We got lane 5 here. I think that's Kendall Walker for the Grit team. She's in the far curve, and then we see here Allison Thurman in lane 1 coming through the 200-meter mark, working hard. We'll flip around here to see Walker now, down by the University of the Michigan track and field sign. About 130 meters to go. Yeah, we got one straightaway here. Kendall Walker coming down our final straightaway. About 60, 70 meters to go. Also, Allison Thurman still out there in lane 1. Here comes Kendall Walker. There's our finish on Walker. And now we have Thurman still. Here she is coming into the straightaway. Here comes Allison working hard. Hot day, long day, about to finish. She's working hard through the line here. 1 or 2 more pushes. And Allison Thurman. We'll get to the times here in just a second. Borgmeyer's 106.54, Walker 237.00, and then Thurman 3 flat 0.05 for her effort today. We turn now to the men. 2 heats. In section 1, we have Alex Brown competing out of lane 1 as a T53 classification. Zachary Carter in lane 2, the T54 classification. We have Brandon Binkley again. We saw him earlier today in lane 4 as the T90. Lane 5 is Eamon Castaldi, the T53. And we got Maximilian Calabrese once again in his free flow chair. So this is incredible. Let's see if we can get this on camera a little bit before. His feet do touch the ground here. It's steered very much like a bicycle. It's like a 3-wheel.
Yeah,
it's like a 3-wheel bicycle that he can walk within or run. We're getting him out to his position in lane 6.
It's like a walker and a bicycle combined.
Yeah, it's like a combination of a walker device. All right, here we are, section 1 of the men's 400-meter wheelchair. Quick start in lane 2 to Zachary Carter. Same with Alex Brown in lane 1. They'll have Binkley to their outside in 4. We'll see. Watch these athletes come through the first 100. This is going to be a good race here in between lanes 1 and 2 here. Brown and Carter, they're not in the same classification. Obviously, the same race as per policy here, the Miller family. It looks like a slight edge, perhaps. It's very close. It looks like maybe a slight edge to Brown in lane 1, coming through the 200. We're going to carry those guys to the finish and then work backwards to the rest of our competitors. We still have Maximilian Calabrese just hit the 100 meters. Very tough race. Very close between 1 and 2 here. Alex Brown in 1, Zachary Carter in 2. Very close. And now Carter asserts himself in lane 2. It looks like Carter's going to come through for the win here. Hard fought race between these two. And Carter indeed does take the win in 2. Very tough race. Alex Brown in 1. And we're going to see, this is Binkley in 4. Young competitor there. Brandon Binkley from the Grit team places 4th. And this looks like Eamon Castaldi in 5th. We're going to shift back now. See if we can catch Maximilian. Here we have Maximilian Calabrese coming through the 200-meter mark. And he's in his free-form device. I don't know. Yeah, Maximilian is at the 200. You can see Max on our screen piloting his rig. I don't know what the best thing to call it. You know, it's like a crazy piece of technology. Very cool that it enables Max to his feet to touch the ground and him to run, to move.
Well, I've enjoyed this meet. This is my first adaptive meet, and
Yeah.
just seeing all the different equipment being used. I had no idea about the compensator until that was mentioned.
Yeah, it's neat.
You know,
It has some aspects of cycling to it because the equipment. So
yeah,
especially as you move toward the Paralympic level years or the World Championship, get like equipment really matters,
yeah.
weight,
No.
consistency type of equipment.
The type that you have, right? I mean, like I've seen, I've seen 2 different models, like a more like bike looking wheel versus like round, like thinner, solid
anything where equipment
plastic
helps is going to matter.
Yeah.
Prosthetics, well, blades, all those things. Very interesting in the adaptive sports world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have Maximilian inside the last 100 meters now. Crowd's going to cheer him home, as he's the final competitor in our penultimate race of the day. Here we have Max. Going to be coming onto our screen in just a minute. Right near 4 minutes for his 400 meters here as he kicks it in through the line. Looking like a 408, 407, 408 for Max there. All right, we'll get the official times. Carter wins in 118.49. Brown second, 120.16. Binkley 130.22. Castaldi 138.01. Calabrese 408.21. And our last race of the day. We're going to have Luke Bowman going in lane 2, his T54 classification. Jonathan Osborne in 3 is a T34. Vedant Mishra in 4, the T53. Jonathan Wiesner in lane 5, he's a T90 competitor. And then Colton Pajeda in lane 6, T54. So Bowman and Pojeda are in the same classification in lanes 2 and 6. Everybody else is separate classification. So. All right. Looks like we got some people working on their compensators. There's maybe taking a full lap here. Right, Osborne is back at the start line here, so we are ready to start. We have full field, 5 listed, 5 here. Wiesner has been one of the strongest athletes in this meet. Expect that to continue here. Your athletes coming through.
This is lane 2 looking
Yeah,
really
lane
good
2
here.
is looking good. That's Luke Bowman, University of Michigan athlete, going after Wiesner. So Wiesner looks like he has a big lead, but he's in lane 5. So we shall see how this transpires. This is a good race. We'll see who can work through the curve here a little bit better.
Yeah, it looks like Wiesner's really picking up now.
Get that old man strength compared to some of these guys looked a little younger.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, now Wiesner asserts control here over Bowman 2. Bowman is having a nice race here.
Yeah.
Again, those are
It's a good
different
effect.
classifications. So Wiesner's going to be about 106. Bowman 109, 110. Shift back around. We catch Osborne here in 3. Sorry, missed their finish there. It was like straight away view. Who do we have here? We got that's lane 6, Colton Pojeda. We zoom out here. We still have one more athlete. That would be Vedant Mishra still coming. Wheeling for the grit team today.
Oh yeah, no. Yes, he's the one that did not finish the 1500 earlier, so good to see him back racing 400.
And here's Vedant. Closed out our individual racing. 205. All right. So let's go. Bowman was 110.21. Osborne 116.81. Plahada 133.14. Mishra 204.81. And Wiesner takes the win there. 649. All right. Now we come to the final race of the day, which is the universal relay. The rules are many. So every team has to have 4 athletes. They have to have 2 men and 2 women. You also have to have a visually impaired athlete, an otherwise limb impaired athlete, an amputee, and a wheelchair athlete. The visually impaired athlete has to be the leadoff runner. The wheelchair has to be the anchor. Them's the rule. Got it? Come on,
Okay,
Carson.
so how
Yep.
many people are in this relay? 4?
4. It's a 4 by
Okay.
1. So it's a 4 by
Oh, okay.
100. They'll be lined up in your traditional 4 by 100 meter zones. There is no baton. It's just the hand slap. But we will have our visually impaired athletes here on the cuff, ideally. Sometimes it doesn't always work out that way because we don't have all of the people we need. But there will be an otherwise impaired. Usually, Eric said a T30 style athlete, which would be like your cerebral palsy, or limb impairment, uh, developmental impairment athletes in the second lane. Or every team has to have an amputee, so that would be your third runner, and then those guys are going to the wheelchair racers to anchor. Yes. So we're gonna let this arrange itself. It takes a little time to get all of the athletes to their spots. That'll be our final race of the day. Sign off for just a second as we get these teams out onto the track. All right, we have our athletes lining up here. Can we pivot this camera so we can get a shot of the start here? There we go. Shot of the start area. You can see our athletes arranging here. We do have cameras at each zone for the most part, so we should be able to watch these exchanges. Sure. It's a much beloved event by athletes in the adaptive league. It does bring together all of the classifications to demonstrate their teamwork together. So we don't have a heat sheet for this. These are arranged by the athletes either before or during the competition itself. Do you see our man? Is this Alex Brown, right? Our guy from the 5K and the 1500 is here leading us off in lane 4 here.
Now that's what you call range.
I know. God, I thought it was Alex Brown, but it could be. I think it's Alex Brown.
It's Alex.
He's in lane 3, so he was a double winner today. He's going to run the 100 now. Again,
just a stride. That's all it is.
Looks like we've got 3 teams arranging themselves here, lanes 1, 3, and 5. So again, we have a lead runner with some level of visual impairment is the ideal. So we got time. You got the definitely takes some arranging to get the universal relay ready here. So looks like we have first runners and second runners are all out here. Again, these will not exist in perfect combinations. The athletes just have fun with this, so they're not always according to the I guess the Paralympics rules. But as best they can, they arrange themselves into 4 different classifications per relay, as well as 2 men and 2 women. All right, white at zone 1. We have a white at zone 3. We are good to go here for the fun but also chaos that is the universal relay. Playing "Hail to the Victors" outside on over the loudspeakers. Yeah, it's a little Michigan swagger going on here. I think lane 5 is an all Michigan team. So yeah, looks like we. Yeah, sure. And we're off. It's like Alex Brown kind of burning it on the inside in lane 3 here. And Michigan to the outside. That's a bit of a dangerous tag. I see Margaret Bowden for the University of Michigan on the outside. I think this is Lily Rosenthal, if I remember correctly, on the inside with her her double blades. This might be Wyatt Serrato here. It looks like Serrato down into the curve. It's getting close now. It's going to come down to the wheelchairs. All right, down to the wheelchairs at the end here. It looks like University of Michigan out ahead. Michigan. Michigan on their home track with Hail to the Victors playing in the background looks to be the winners today. Out of lane 6. Still have one more team here to finish.
We'll have one more.
And now here we have lane 1. Let's see what the time was for the quartet from Michigan there. Still waiting on the time here. All right, we have one more heat remaining as we wait for everybody to get back in position here. They did send everybody to their zones. They have 2 teams here, one in lane 1 and one in lane 3.
Announcement for. Yeah. So whether you want no,
All right, we are waiting now on the start of our second and final heat of the Universal Relay, which is our final race of the day. We have white flags all around. It's like we also have a second Michigan team here down in lane. She's learning. We can see their first exchange here. That's University of Michigan down in lane 1. See him zooming down the back stretch past our camera there. Michigan now coming into, well, it's not a full Michigan team here. Not at all. Yeah. Looks like Tanner May here. Done quite a few events. So these did not finish with the with the wheelchairs. And that is it for us from the Miller Family Open. We have been privileged to be here throughout these 2 days, calling these races and showing these magnificent athletes in action, all the way from our seated throws competitions last night to some of the ambulatory javelin that we saw last night. We tried to provide as much coverage as possible of all the diverse events and talents and classifications that exist in the adaptive sports community. We hope you've learned a little bit more and enjoyed your time, checking out these incredible athletes and this incredible program here. Many thanks to Dr. O, to Eric Rebesniks from Michigan Adaptive Sports and Fitness Program for having us here over the weekend at Palatine Pack Timing. We're truly blessed and privileged to work with these guys as partners. We have been here for all 3 editions of this meet, and we hope to be back for many more. So, with that, this is Chris Quick, Palatine Pack Timing, Pack Media signing off, and we'll see you next year. Bye bye.